AD 3 to night covers the Egyptian desert. A lone monk stands knee-deep in the sand, hands shaking as he buries a clay jar filled with brittle papyrus. Behind him, torches flicker along the horizon, Roman soldiers closing in. Inside that jar lie words the empire has declared illegal, gospels that do not match the approved version, writings that question power, visions of God that defy authority. The monk knows he will not survive the night, but the pages might. Across the empire, the same story repeats itself. Scrolls burned, libraries demolished, authors hunted. This is not the story of books, it is the story of fear, the fear of ideas. Tonight, we return to the world Rome tried to silence. We follow the voices they hunted, the pages they burned, and the truths that somehow survived. Rome did not begin as an empire of censorship. In its earliest centuries, the Republic and then the Empire functioned as a vast administrative network that absorbed difference rather than crushed it. The Roman approach to conquered peoples was pragmatic. So long as taxes flowed and legions could march through your territory, you could keep your gods, your language, your customs, and your books. This was not tolerance born of principle but of necessity. Rome governed a territory stretching from the mists of Britain to the deserts of Mesopotamia, from the Rhine to the Nile. Within these borders lived Greeks and Gauls, Egyptians and Syrians, Jews and Berbers, each with their own literary traditions, their own sacred texts, their own ways of recording memory and knowledge. To attempt uniformity would have been to attempt the impossible. In Alexandria, the Great Library contained works in dozens of languages. Greek philosophical treatises sat beside Egyptian medical papyri. Jewish scripture was translated into Greek for the diaspora communities scattered across the Mediterranean. Persian astronomical texts informed Roman calendars. The city itself was a testament to cultural multiplicity, a place where a merchant from Antioch could debate Stoic philosophy with a teacher from Athens, where Egyptian priests still read hieroglyphs while Greek administrators drafted documents in the tongue of Homer. Rome's early relationship with foreign knowledge was acquisitive. When Pompey conquered the East, he brought back not just gold and slaves, but libraries. When Julius Caesar marched through Gaul, scribes followed, recording the customs and beliefs of the Celtic peoples. The Romans understood that knowledge was power, but in those early centuries they believed that collecting knowledge made them powerful. They did not yet understand that knowledge could threaten power. The Roman elite prided themselves on their education. To be cultured meant to read Greek, to know Homer and Euripides, to engage with the philosophical schools of Athens. Roman sons travelled to Alexandria and Rhodes to study. They returned with scrolls, with ideas, with worldviews shaped by cultures far older than their own. This cosmopolitanism defined the ruling class. A senator who could not quote Plato in the original Greek was considered provincial. But even in these early centuries there were limits. Rome's tolerance extended to everything except direct challenges to Roman authority. You could worship any god, but you had to acknowledge the genius of the emperor. You could practice any philosophy, but you could not organize against the state. You could write anything, but if your words inspired rebellion, your books would burn with you. The shift began gradually, almost imperceptibly. In the late 1st century AD, during the reign of Domitian, the practice of damnatio memoriae, the condemnation of memory, became systematized. This was the Roman solution to problematic individuals. Erase them. Statues were toppled, inscriptions chiseled away, and most significantly, writings were destroyed. If a senator fell from favor, his books were hunted down and burned. The Senate would pass a formal decree declaring that his name should be forgotten, his works obliterated, his existence scrubbed from the historical record. This was more than petty revenge. It represented a fundamental belief about the relationship between writing and reality. The Romans understood that memory was not individual but collective, and that collective memory depended on records. To control the records was to control the past. To control the past was to shape the present and future. A person whose books were destroyed was not just silenced but unmade. They had never existed. Their ideas had never been thought. History itself was revised. The precedent had been set centuries earlier. When Rome defeated Carthage in 146 BC, concluding the Third Punic War, they did not simply conquer the city, they annihilated it. The buildings were demolished, the fields sown with salt, the population killed or enslaved, but the destruction extended beyond the physical. Carthage had possessed libraries, centuries of accumulated knowledge in the Punic language. Agricultural treatises, maritime records, religious texts, historical chronicles, all were deliberately destroyed. Only one work survived, a treatise on agriculture that the Romans found useful enough to have translated into Latin. Everything else was lost. This was genocide extended into the realm of ideas. Rome was declaring that Carthaginian culture itself had no right to exist, that its texts had no value, that its way of understanding the world deserved obliteration. The message was clear. Complete submission meant not just political surrender, but cultural erasure. As Rome transitioned from a republic to empire, this impulse toward control intensified. Augustus, the first emperor, understood that stability required more than legions. It required shaping how people thought, what they believed, what stories they told about the past and present. He commissioned the Aeneid, Virgil's epic poem that presented Rome's rise as divinely ordained destiny. He promoted historians like Livy, who presented Roman expansion as the natural order of things. He created an official version of events, and anything that contradicted this version became suspicious. The administrative apparatus of the empire grew more sophisticated. Census records tracked populations, tax rolls monitored economic activity. Imperial post carried messages across thousands of miles. This same infrastructure could identify and suppress ideas deemed dangerous. If a book was declared subversive in Rome, orders could reach provincial governors from Britain to Egypt within weeks. Local officials would confiscate copies, sellers would be punished, the author, if still alive, would be dealt with. But what made a book dangerous? In the early empire, the answer was clear. Anything that questioned the emperor's legitimacy, anything that prophesied his downfall, anything that inspired resistance. Books of prophecy were particularly feared. In 186 BC, the Senate had ordered the burning of books related to the Bacchanalia, worried that these ecstatic religious rites could become cover for political conspiracy. The historical record shows that thousands of scrolls were destroyed, their owners arrested, many executed. The same patterns repeated across the centuries. Books of astrology were periodically banned, not because Rome disbelieved in astrology. Many emperors consulted astrologers, but because predictions about the emperor's death or the empire's fall could become self-fulfilling prophecies. If enough people read that an emperor would die, someone might make it happen. Magical texts were burned, not from skepticism but from fear. If magic worked, it could be used against the state. If it didn't work, it still distracted citizens from proper worship of the state gods. Philosophical texts came under scrutiny when they promoted ideas incompatible with imperial rule. Works that suggested all humans were equal, that slavery was unjust, that power itself was illegitimate, these were dangerous. Not because they would immediately topple the government, but because they planted seeds. Ideas spread. Students taught students. Texts were copied and recopied. A single scroll arguing against tyranny could, over decades, help shape the thinking of thousands. Rome was learning what every empire eventually learns, Ideas are harder to control than territories. An army can occupy a city, but occupying minds requires different tools. Physical force can compel obedience, but it cannot compel belief. To truly control a population, you must control not just their actions, but their thoughts, not just their present behaviour, but their understanding of past and future. And the primary vehicle for transmitting complex ideas across time and space was the written word. By the 2nd century AD, Rome had developed a clear doctrine. Diversity was acceptable in matters that did not affect power, but unity was mandatory in matters that did. This meant unity of religious practice, honouring the emperor and the state gods, unity of political loyalty, of acknowledging Rome's right to rule, and increasingly unity of acceptable thought, staying within boundaries the state defined. The infrastructure of censorship expanded. Every major city had officials responsible for monitoring what was read, taught and sold. The grain dole system that fed Rome's population also provided a way to track who gathered where, who spoke to whom. The same networks that moved trade goods moved information about suspicious individuals and texts. Private libraries of the wealthy were inspected. Public libraries were curated to ensure they contained only approved works. Teachers were monitored to ensure they taught acceptable doctrines, but the empire's size worked against absolute control. A book banned in Rome might still circulate in Alexandria. A text destroyed in one city might survive in copies scattered across a dozen provinces. The very roads that allowed orders to travel also allowed ideas to spread. The cosmopolitan culture Rome had fostered now meant that knowledge had multiple centres, multiple repositories. To truly eliminate an idea, you would need to find and destroy every copy, everywhere. This was theoretically possible, but practically difficult, especially when the empire was dealing with thousands of texts in dozens of languages spread across millions of square miles. Yet Rome persisted in trying. The administrative machine ground on, methodically cataloguing, confiscating, burning. Lists were maintained of forbidden books. Rewards were offered for information about hidden libraries. Provincial governors competed to demonstrate their loyalty by reporting how many dangerous texts they had destroyed. The empire was constructing an apparatus of thought control that would, in later centuries, prove devastatingly effective. In the back room of a scriptorium in Alexandria, a man named Marcus made his living copying texts. His hand moved mechanically across the papyrus, reproducing the words he read from the scroll propped before him. He had been a copyist for 20 years. He could work for hours without conscious thought, his fingers forming letters while his mind wandered. But something had changed. Marcus could not say exactly when he first noticed it, but recently he had become aware that he was no longer simply a scribe but a gatekeeper. The texts he was asked to copy had narrowed. A decade ago he had copied philosophy, poetry, history, technical manuals, religious texts from a dozen traditions. Now, increasingly, he copied only certain kinds of works. Texts approved by the church. Texts that supported imperial power. Texts that told only one version of the past. The workshop owner had explained it carefully. There were new regulations about what could be copied and sold. Certain texts were restricted, not banned outright, but requiring special permission. Other texts were forbidden entirely. The owner had shown Marcus the list, updated quarterly by the church authorities in cooperation with the imperial administration. Books of prophecy, Gnostic gospels, hermetic treatises, anything deemed heretical or subversive. At first Marcus had not cared. He was paid by the page, and papyrus was papyrus. But gradually he realized what this meant. The great library nearby contained thousands upon thousands of scrolls, the accumulated knowledge of centuries. But as the regulations tightened, fewer and fewer of those scrolls were being copied. Without copies, when the originals aged and crumbled, the knowledge they contained would be lost. He began to notice other things. Scholars he knew disappeared. One day they would be at the library, the next day gone, and no one would speak of them. A teacher who had lectured on Platonic philosophy was suddenly replaced, and the new teacher presented a very different interpretation, one more compatible with Christian doctrine. The owner of a rival scriptorium was arrested. Rumour said he had been caught copying a forbidden text. Marcus found himself wondering about the documents he had copied in his early years. How many of those works were now forbidden? How many had since been destroyed? He remembered copying a beautiful gospel attributed to Mary Magdalene, full of mystical teachings about divine knowledge dwelling within each person. Where were those copies now? He remembered transcribing a philosophical treatise arguing that the material world was a prison created by a false god. What had happened to that text? The realization that settled over Marcus was heavy and cold. He was no longer preserving knowledge. He was participating in its destruction. By copying only approved texts, he was helping to ensure that unapproved texts would vanish. His work, which he had always imagined as serving learning and culture, had become a tool of control. Every page he copied from an approved text was a page he did not copy from a forbidden one. Every hour he spent reproducing orthodox scripture was an hour he did not spend preserving heterodox wisdom. But what could he do? He had a family to feed. The penalties for copying forbidden texts were severe, and perhaps the authorities were right. Perhaps these books they were suppressing were genuinely dangerous, full of lies and heresies that would mislead the faithful. Marcus was not a theologian or a philosopher. How could he judge? Yet doubt gnawed at him. He had read enough to know that many of the now forbidden texts had once been widely respected. They had been copied and studied for generations. What had changed was not the texts, but the politics. The empire had chosen one version of Christianity as official, and all alternatives had become threats. One night, working late by lamplight, Marcus made a decision. When he was asked to copy approved texts, he would do so, but in his spare time, using his own papyrus purchased secretly, he would make copies of forbidden works from the library before they disappeared. He would hide these copies, and perhaps someday, when the political winds shifted, they could resurface. He knew he was risking everything, but he also knew that something precious was being lost, something that might never be recovered. Books were fragile, papyrus decayed, fire could destroy a library in a night. If the only copies of a text were destroyed, that text was gone forever, and with it the ideas, the questions, the ways of understanding the world that it contained. Marcus began his secret work. Late at night, he would retrieve scrolls from the library's restricted section, texts that were marked for eventual disposal. He copied them carefully, making his letters small to conserve papyrus. He worked by the faintest lamplight, constantly alert for footsteps. When a copy was complete, he sealed it in waxed linen and hid it in a space beneath his floor. He did not know if his hidden library would ever be found or if it would simply rot away unseen. He did not know if what he was doing mattered or if he was simply a fool risking his life for words on paper. But he knew that someone had to try. Someone had to remember that there had once been other ways of thinking, other ways of believing, other questions that people had considered important enough to write down and preserve. In scriptoria across the empire, other copyists were making similar calculations. Some chose compliance, copying only what was permitted, telling themselves that employment and safety mattered more than abstract principle. Others engaged in quiet resistance, making clandestine copies, hiding texts, passing forbidden knowledge through secret networks. The war over ideas was being fought one page at a time. Before we can understand what Rome destroyed, we must understand how knowledge was preserved in the ancient world. The technology of information storage shaped what could be remembered, who had access to it, and how easily it could be destroyed. The primary medium was papyrus. Made from the pith of the papyrus plant that grew abundantly along the Nile, these sheets provided a lightweight, portable surface for writing. The manufacturing process was labour-intensive. The plant stems were cut into thin strips, laid perpendicular to each other, pressed and dried. The natural starch acted as an adhesive. The result was a sheet that could be written on with ink, made from soot, gum, and water. Individual sheets were glued together into long rolls, scrolls that might be 20 or 30 feet long. Reading was an active process. You could not flip to a page. You had to unroll the document from one spindle to another, finding your place, then carefully rolling it back. This physical format meant that texts were experienced sequentially. The beginning of a scroll was easy to access. Material at the end required working through everything before it. Libraries were not rooms with books on shelves, but warehouses of cylindrical containers, each holding scrolls. Cataloguing was crucial but difficult. A library might contain thousands of scrolls, each requiring a tag identifying its contents. The great libraries employed teams of cataloguers, scholars who maintained records of what the library held, where it was located, who had consulted it. This metadata was itself recorded on scrolls, creating a secondary layer of documents that could also be lost. By the 1st century AD, a new technology was emerging: the codex. Instead of a long-rolled sheet, pages were bound together like a modern book. This innovation, which may have originated in Rome, offered enormous advantages. Random access to any page, the ability to include more text in a smaller package, durability superior to the fragile scrolls. The codex would eventually replace the scroll, but in the period we are examining, both technologies coexisted. For texts considered especially valuable or permanent, vellum was used instead of papyrus. Vellum was made from animal skin, sheep, goat, calf. The skin was cleaned, stretched, scraped thin, and treated to create a smooth writing surface. This process was expensive and time-consuming. A single large vellum codex might require the skins of hundreds of animals, but vellum was durable. While papyrus decayed, especially in humid climates, vellum could last for centuries if properly stored. The act of writing was specialized labor. Not everyone was literate, and even among the literate, not everyone had the training to produce clear, rapid text. Professional scribes developed various scripts: formal majuscule for important documents, cursive for quick notes, specialized scripts for different languages. A trained scribe could produce several pages per day. A complex text might take months to copy. This meant that books were scarce and valuable. A complete personal library might consist of 50 scrolls, a tiny fraction of what major libraries held. To read a text often meant travelling to where it was kept or arranging for an expensive copy. Knowledge was concentrated in a few large libraries and in the smaller collections of the wealthy. The Library of Alexandria, founded by Ptolemy I in the 3rd century BC, was the most famous repository of knowledge in the ancient world. At its height, it reportedly contained between 400,000 and 700,000 scrolls, though these numbers are debated. The library was not just a storage facility, but a research institution. Scholars worked there, supported by royal patronage, translating texts, writing commentaries, producing new works. It was the heart of Hellenistic learning. The library's collection was comprehensive by design. The Ptolemies wanted every book in the world. Ships arriving in Alexandria's harbour were searched. Any books found were confiscated, copied, and the copies returned to the owners, while the originals went to the library. Envoys were sent across the Mediterranean to purchase or copy text. The goal was totality, to gather all knowledge in one place. Adjacent to the main library was the Serapeum, a temple complex dedicated to Serapis, a Greco-Egyptian deity. The Serapeum maintained its own library, perhaps 10% the size of the main collection, but still substantial. it served as both a religious centre and a scholarly institution, where philosophy, theology, and science intersected. These institutions represented a particular philosophy of knowledge, that wisdom should be gathered, preserved, compared, that different cultures and traditions all had insights worth recording, that scholarship meant surveying everything written on a subject, weighing arguments, seeking truth through comprehensive study. This was knowledge as accumulation, as conversation across centuries and cultures. In 48 BC, Julius Caesar found himself trapped in Alexandria. He had arrived pursuing Pompey, his rival in Rome's civil war. Pompey was already dead, murdered by the Egyptian courtiers seeking Roman favour. But Caesar was drawn into the complex politics of the Ptolemaic court, where the young Cleopatra was fighting her brother Ptolemy XIII for control of Egypt. Egyptian forces besieged Caesar in the royal quarter of the city. Outnumbered, Caesar needed a tactical advantage. He ordered his troops to set fire to the Egyptian fleet in the harbour, preventing it from being used against him. The fire spread. Ancient sources disagree on the exact extent of the damage, but it is certain that warehouses near the docks burned, and these warehouses contained scrolls, possibly books awaiting cataloguing at the library, possibly duplicates, possibly part of the library's overflow collection. The historical sources are frustratingly vague. Seneca, writing a century later, claims that 40,000 books burned. Plutarch mentions the fire but does not quantify the loss. Dio Cassius says the fire spread to the library itself. Modern scholars debate whether the main library was damaged or whether only warehouses burned. What is certain is that knowledge was lost, how much remains disputed. But the ambiguity itself reveals something important. In the ancient world, a library burning was not so shocking as to demand precise documentation. It happened. Buildings burned in ancient cities with depressing regularity. When a building full of scrolls caught fire, the contents were lost, and that was tragic but not unprecedented. The vulnerability of knowledge was understood and accepted. The more significant point is what the fire revealed about Rome's relationship with the library. Caesar did not intend to destroy books. The fire was a side effect of military necessity. But implicit in that decision was a calculation. Military advantage outweighed the preservation of texts. Caesar did not hesitate because setting the fire might damage the library. The possibility either did not occur to him or did not matter. Roman conquest mattered more than Greek learning. For decades after Caesar's fire, the library continued to function, though diminished. The Ptolemies and later the Roman emperors who inherited Egypt made efforts to restore the collection. Mark Antony reportedly gave Cleopatra 200,000 scrolls from the Library of Pergamum to replenish Alexandria's holdings. But the library never fully recovered its comprehensive scope. More fundamentally, the fire marked a shift in Alexandria's role. Under the Ptolemies, the library had been the crown jewel of an independent kingdom, a symbol of Egyptian wealth and learning. Under Roman rule, it became a provincial institution subject to Roman priorities. The scholars who worked there increasingly needed to align their work with Roman interests. Texts that supported Rome's civilizing mission were valued. Texts that questioned Roman authority or presented alternative histories became suspect. The Serapeum remained, still housing tens of thousands of scrolls, still serving as a centre of learning. But its very existence as an independent repository of knowledge made it a potential threat to Roman control. The temple honoured Egyptian gods in Greek forms. The scholars debated philosophies that predated Christianity. The texts preserved alternative cosmologies, different ways of understanding divinity and human nature. As Rome moved toward religious unity, such pluralism became intolerable. In the years after Caesar's fire, a man named Didymus worked as a cataloguer at the Serapeum. His job was to maintain the records of what the library contained, which scrolls were stored where, which texts existed in multiple copies, which were rare, which were damaged and needed recopying. Didymus had spent his youth dreaming of this work, to be surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of centuries, to handle scrolls written by philosophers whose names echoed through history, to read texts that existed nowhere else in the world. This was a privilege beyond measure. When he had first been appointed, he had walked through the library's halls in a state of wonder, overwhelmed by the responsibility and opportunity before him. But recent years had brought disquiet. Imperial officials had begun visiting more frequently, requesting records of what the library contained. Which text dealt with prophecy? Which presented histories of Rome's enemies? Which contained religious teachings incompatible with the state cult? Didymus provided the information because he had no choice, but he understood what these inquiries meant. Books began to disappear. One day a scroll would be in its assigned location, the next day gone, no record of who had taken it or why. When Didymus inquired, he was told the texts had been transferred. Transferred where? The officials did not say. After several such incidents, Didymus stopped asking. He began keeping 2 sets of records. The official catalogue recorded what the authorities believed the library contained. The hidden catalogue recorded what was actually there, including the disappearances. Didymus marked each vanished text with a small notation in a private code, a record that might someday allow reconstruction of what had been lost. The stress wore on him. He began having nightmares, the library burning while he tried desperately to carry scrolls to safety, his arms too few, the flames moving faster than he could run. He dreamed of soldiers marching through the halls, tearing scrolls from their containers, throwing them into fires. He dreamed of waking up one morning to find the library empty, every scroll gone, no evidence they had ever existed. One afternoon, a colleague named Helena confided in him. She'd been asked to make a list of all texts that presented cosmological teachings inconsistent with Christian doctrine. She was a scholar of philosophy, so she knew which texts those would be: Gnostic Gospels, Hermetic treatises, Neoplatonic works, arguing for the eternity of the world. She understood that making this list meant identifying these texts for destruction. "What did you do?" Didymus asked. "I made the list," Helena said. "What else could I do? If I refused, they would appoint someone else and I would be suspected. At least this way, I know which texts are at risk." They looked at each other, 2 scholars caught in an impossible situation. They had devoted their lives to preserving knowledge. Now they were being forced to participate in its destruction. Every day they remained in their positions, they were complicit. But if they left, they would lose any ability to protect the texts in their care. "We could copy them," Didymus said quietly. "The texts on the list. We could make copies and hide them." "That's treason," Helen said. "It's scholarship," Didymus replied. They began that night. Working in shifts, using papyrus they purchased with their own funds, they systematically copied the texts they believed most at risk. They worked quickly but carefully, knowing that errors in copying could corrupt the texts. They hid the completed copies in various locations, buried in sealed jars, concealed in unused storage rooms, entrusted to scholars in distant cities. It was exhausting and terrifying work. At any moment they could be discovered. The penalty for copying banned texts was severe, but the alternative, watching these texts be destroyed without resistance, felt impossible. Didymus knew that their efforts might be futile. Even if their copies survived, they might never be found or understood. But he also knew that knowledge lost was lost forever. Once the last copy of a text burned, that text was gone, and with it the questions it asked, the arguments it made, the worldview it represented. All the labour of the original author, all the insights and wisdom the text contained, would be erased from human memory. Late one night, alone in the library, Didymus stood before the shelves and tried to imagine what this space would look like in a century. Would these scrolls still exist? Would scholars still come here to read and think and debate? Or would the library be empty, cleared of everything deemed dangerous, reduced to a museum of approved thoughts? He thought about the scholars who had worked here before him, going back generations. They had believed they were building something permanent, a repository that would endure. They had catalogued and copied and preserved, trusting that future generations would value what they were saving. Now that faith seemed naive, nothing was permanent. Libraries burned, empires fell, and sometimes the empires themselves did the burning. Didymus returned to his copying. One page at a time, one text at a time, he was fighting a war he knew he would probably lose. But surrender without resistance was unthinkable. Somewhere, somehow, some fragment of what he copied might survive, and that possibility was enough to keep him working through the night, his lamp burning low, his hand cramping, his eyes straining, copying words that someone centuries from now might need to read. On October 28th, 312 AD, Constantine stood on the banks of the Tiber River, preparing for a battle that would determine control of the Roman Empire. His rival Maxentius held Rome and commanded a larger army. Constantine's forces were exhausted from their march through Italy. A conventional military assessment suggested Constantine would lose. According to the accounts recorded by Eusebius, Constantine's court bishop, the night before the battle, Constantine had a vision. He saw a cross of light in the sky with the words, "In this sign conquer." That night, in a dream, Christ appeared to him and instructed him to mark his soldiers' shields with the Christian symbol, Vitum, the Chi, formed from the first two letters of Christ's name in Greek. Constantine obeyed. His soldiers painted the symbol on their shields. The next day, at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, Constantine's smaller force defeated Maxentius. The defeated emperor drowned in the Tiber. Constantine entered Rome as its undisputed ruler in the West. Whether Constantine's conversion was genuine religious conviction, political calculation, or some combination remains debated by historians. What matters is what he did with power. In 313, Constantine issued the Edict of Milan, granting religious tolerance to Christians. For the first time, Christianity was legal throughout the empire. But tolerance was only the beginning. Constantine saw in Christianity something he needed, a unifying ideology for a fracturing empire. Rome was enormous, diverse, difficult to govern. Traditional paganism had worked when Rome was a single city, but it had proven inadequate for a multi-ethnic, multilingual empire spanning continents. The old gods were too numerous, too local, too easily assimilated into regional identities that competed with Roman unity. Christianity offered something different. It claimed universal truth, one God, one faith applicable to all peoples in all places. It had an organizational structure, a hierarchy of bishops, priests, deacons, that paralleled the imperial administration. It preached obedience to authority as divinely ordained. Constantine recognized that a unified church could become an ideological apparatus of the state, teaching citizens not just to obey Rome, but to believe that obeying Rome was doing God's will. But Christianity itself was not unified. After 3 centuries of persecution, during which the faith had spread across the empire in diverse communities with limited communication, multiple interpretations of Christian teaching had developed. Different churches had different scriptures, different rituals, different theologies. Some Christians believed Jesus was fully divine. Others believed he was human, adopted by God. Still others believed he was a divine intermediary, neither fully God nor fully human. Some Christians read Gospels attributed to Thomas, Mary, Philip. Others rejected these texts as false. Some Christian communities practiced ecstatic prophecy, others formal liturgy. Some emphasized mystical experience, others correct doctrine. Constantine needed one Christianity, not many. A fractured church could not unify an empire. Theological debate, which to Christians seemed urgent questions about salvation and truth, appeared to Constantine as political instability. He did not particularly care which interpretation was correct. He cared that there be one interpretation, universally accepted, enforced by ecclesiastical and imperial authority. In 325, Constantine called the Council of Nicaea, gathering bishops from across the empire to settle the contentious question of Christ's nature. The council produced the Nicene Creed, a statement of faith declaring that Jesus was of one substance with the Father, fully divine, not created or subordinate. The bishops signed it. Those who refused, primarily followers of the priest Arius, who taught that Jesus was created by God, were exiled. This was the template for what followed. When theological disputes arose, councils would be called. Bishops would debate. A position would be declared orthodox. Those who disagreed would be declared heretics. Heresy was not just wrong belief, but rebellion against ecclesiastical authority, which increasingly meant rebellion against imperial authority. The implications for books were immediate and profound. If there was one correct interpretation of Christianity, then there were incorrect interpretations. If the Church was to teach uniform doctrine, it must suppress competing doctrines, and doctrines were preserved in texts. Therefore, texts that taught heresy must be destroyed. The administrative apparatus for censorship was already in place. Rome had centuries of experience monitoring and controlling information. What changed was the criteria for what was dangerous and the intensity of enforcement. Under Diocletian, Constantine's predecessor, Christianity itself had been the target. In 303, Diocletian issued an edict ordering the destruction of Christian scriptures and church buildings. Christians were dismissed from government positions. Clergy were arrested. Those who refused to sacrifice to the Roman gods were executed. This great persecution lasted a decade. Christian texts were seized and burned throughout the empire. Churches were demolished. The goal was to eradicate Christianity entirely. Diocletian failed. Christianity was too widespread, too deeply rooted, its believers too willing to die for their faith. But his persecution had a profound effect on Christian consciousness. The memory of texts burned, martyrs killed, communities destroyed. This became central to Christian identity. Christians remembered what it felt like to be hunted for what they believed and what they read. When Constantine legalized Christianity, Christians moved rapidly from persecuted minority to favored religion. With imperial support came imperial protection, but it also brought imperial control. Constantine's patronage was not unconditional. He supported the church on the understanding that the church would support him. This meant accepting his authority to call councils, to adjudicate disputes, to determine correct doctrine. By the time Theodosius III became emperor in 379, the relationship had evolved further. Theodosius made Christianity not just legal but mandatory. In 380 he issued the Edict of Thessalonica declaring Nicene Christianity the only legitimate religion of the Roman Empire. Paganism was banned, heresy was criminalized. The empire's police power was now devoted to enforcing theological orthodoxy. The edicts came in waves. Each specified which texts were forbidden, which beliefs were heretical, what penalties awaited those who possessed or copied banned books. The precision was remarkable. Imperial decrees did not just ban heresy in general, but listed specific texts, specific authors, specific teachings. The bureaucracy of the empire, its networks of communication, its armies of officials, its capacity for systematic record-keeping, was turned toward identifying and destroying ideas. In 391, Theodosius issued an edict that proved particularly consequential. It banned all pagan worship, not just publicly but privately. Entering a pagan temple for any reason became illegal. Offering sacrifice, and even in one's own home, was criminalized. The penalty was confiscation of property for minor infractions, death for persistent offenders. This edict had a specific target in Alexandria. The Serapeum, the great temple complex with its library, continued to function as a centre of pagan learning. Theodosius ordered it closed. The Patriarch of Alexandria, Theophilus, led a mob of Christians to enforce the edict. What happened next is documented by several ancient historians, though their accounts differ in details. Socrates Scholasticus, a Christian historian writing decades later, describes the event with some ambivalence. He notes that the pagans had fortified the Serapeum, anticipating attack. They held Christians prisoner inside. Theophilus petitioned the emperor, who granted permission to destroy the temple, but release the prisoners unharmed. Upon receiving this mandate, Socrates writes, the Christians demolished the temple. This having been accomplished, the pagans of Alexandria were deeply affected. The place had been venerable from ancient times. What Socrates does not detail, perhaps because it seemed obvious, perhaps because he was uncomfortable with it, was what happened to the library. The Serapeum housed one of the largest book collections in the ancient world, perhaps 40,000 scrolls. When the temple was demolished, this collection was destroyed, dispersed, or absorbed into Christian institutions. Most likely, texts deemed valuable or acceptable were taken, everything else burned. Other historians are more explicit about the destruction. Orosius, writing in the early 5th century, mentions that he personally saw empty bookshelves in the ruined Serapeum. The books were gone, whether they were burned on sight, carted away for disposal, or hidden by pagans trying to save them. The result was the same. One of antiquity's great libraries ceased to exist. The psychological impact extended far beyond Alexandria. Scholars throughout the empire understood the message. No repository of knowledge was safe if its contents threatened orthodox Christianity. It did not matter. If a library had existed for centuries, if it was revered by the learned, if its texts were considered culturally invaluable, if it contained the wrong books, it could be destroyed. For pagans, the loss was existential. Their religious traditions were not based primarily on scripture, but on practice, rituals, sacrifices, festivals. But philosophical paganism, the sophisticated Neoplatonism taught by scholars, did depend on texts. Plato's dialogues, the commentaries written over centuries, the arguments refined through generations of debate, these required books. Without access to these texts, without the ability to copy and study them, philosophical paganism could not reproduce itself. Christians saw things differently. To Orthodox believers, the texts destroyed were not knowledge lost but lies eliminated. Pagan philosophy led souls away from Christ. Gnostic gospels taught false doctrines. Hermetic treatises promoted magic and astrology, which were tools of demons. Destroying these texts was not vandalism but spiritual hygiene, cleansing the world of corrupting influences. This clash of perspectives, one side seeing book destruction as cultural catastrophe, the other seeing it as righteous necessity, would characterize the centuries that followed. Both sides believed they were serving truth. Both sides believed that texts had power, and that power must be controlled. They simply disagreed about which texts contained truth and which contained lies. The imperial edicts against heresy were specific. They did not just ban wrong beliefs in general, but identified particular texts, particular authors, particular theological positions. This specificity allows us to reconstruct to some degree what was being targeted and why. The Theodosian Code, compiled in 438, gathered imperial constitutions from previous decades. Several sections deal with books and heresy. From these laws, we learn that banned texts included works denying the Trinity or the divinity of Christ. This eliminated much of the Arian literature, including theological treatises, biblical commentaries, and historical works written from an Arian perspective, Gnostic texts of all varieties. The edicts do not distinguish between different Gnostic schools, but condemn them collectively. This meant Gospels, Apocalypses, Acts of Apostles, and philosophical treatises teaching that salvation came through secret knowledge rather than faith in Christ. Manichaean scriptures. Manichaeism, a dualistic religion founded by the prophet Mani in Persia, had spread throughout the empire. Its texts, which taught that the material world was created by an evil power and that salvation required escaping matter, were comprehensively banned. Pagan philosophical works judged incompatible with Christianity. This was more ambiguous. Some pagan philosophy, particularly Platonism and Stoicism, could be adapted to Christian purposes, but texts explicitly arguing against Christianity or promoting traditional pagan worship were targets. Books of magic, divination, and astrology. These had been periodically banned even in pagan Rome, but Christian emperors intensified the prohibition. The rationale combined practical and theological concerns. Such books were used in plots against the emperor, and they invited demonic influence. The penalty for possessing these texts was severe. The Theodosian Code specifies confiscation of property, exile, and in some cases death. For clergy caught with heretical books, the punishment was defrocking and exile. For anyone caught copying banned texts, both the copyist and the person who commissioned the work could be executed. Enforcement was vigorous in some regions, lax in others. In areas where Christianity was strong and bishops were militant, book hunting became systematic. Officials would search homes, bookshops, and private libraries. Informants were encouraged to report anyone owning forbidden texts. In more remote regions, or where local authorities were sympathetic to pagan learning, enforcement was nominal. But even inconsistent enforcement had a chilling effect. If you owned a banned text, you faced a choice: keep it and risk severe punishment, or destroy it. Many chose destruction. They burned books in their own hearths rather than risk confiscation. They buried texts in the desert. They threw scrolls into rivers. The scattered nature of this self-censorship means we have little record of it, but its cumulative impact was enormous. Perhaps the most insidious aspect was the elimination of texts through non-copying. Ancient books required constant reproduction. Papyrus decayed. Scrolls wore out. To preserve a text meant making new copies every few generations. Once a text was banned, copyists would not reproduce it. Within a century, the original copies degraded, and the text ceased to exist. This passive destruction left no dramatic evidence, no book burnings, no arrests, but it was devastatingly effective. Not all book destruction was forced by imperial decree. Significant destruction was carried out by Christian bishops voluntarily, as an expression of theological conviction and administrative zeal. Jerome, one of the most influential church fathers, wrote approvingly of burning heretical texts. In a letter to a friend, he describes going through a collection of books and throwing the heretical ones into the fire. I separated the wheat from the chaff, he writes, pleased with his work. Jerome was a scholar fluent in Greek, Hebrew, and Latin, deeply learned in classical literature. He understood the value of books, but he believed that wrong books were worse than no books. Augustine, another giant of early Christian theology, wrote extensively about the need to suppress heretical texts. In his work on heresies, he catalogues 88 different heresies, describing their errors and why they must be combated. He does not explicitly call for burning books, but he argues that the state has a duty to suppress false teaching, which implicitly includes the texts that propagate it. Cyril of Alexandria, patriarch in the early 5th century, was particularly aggressive. He organized the destruction of pagan temples and the confiscation of their libraries. He mobilized Christian mobs to attack pagans who resisted. When the philosopher Hypatia, who taught Neoplatonism and was beloved by pagan students, became too influential, Cyril's followers dragged her from her chariot, stripped her, and killed her with broken pottery shards. They dismembered her body and burned the pieces. The message was clear. Teaching the wrong ideas could get you killed. These were not rogue extremists acting against church teaching. They were respected leaders, later venerated as saints. Their actions were understood as defending the faith, protecting believers from spiritual corruption. In their worldview, heretical texts were poison. Just as a city would quarantine plague victims and burn contaminated materials, the church was duty-bound to identify and destroy texts that infected souls with false doctrine. This created a feedback loop. Bishops identified heretical texts. Imperial authorities gave these identifications force of law. Enforcement mechanisms, police raids, informant networks, judicial proceedings carried out the destruction. The result was catalogued in official reports, which reinforced the sense that the empire was successfully cleansing itself of heresy. The bureaucracy and the church collaborated, each empowering the other, creating a system of ideological control more comprehensive than anything the ancient world had previously seen. Within a century of Constantine's conversion, the diverse, pluralistic religious and philosophical landscape of the Roman Empire had been dramatically narrowed. One version of Christianity was legal, everything else was suppressed. The physical evidence of alternative traditions, the books, the temples, the ritual objects, was being systematically eliminated. What could not be eliminated immediately was marginalized, pushed to the fringes, where it survived, if at all, in increasingly fragmentary and hidden forms. The Council of Nicaea in 325 established a pattern that would be repeated throughout the 4th and 5th centuries. When theological disputes arose, and they arose constantly, bishops would gather, debate, vote, and produce official statements defining orthodox belief. These councils were not merely academic. Their conclusions had legal force backed by imperial authority. The Council of Constantinople in 381 reaffirmed and expanded the Nicene Creed. It defined the relationship between the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit in more precise language. It also produced, though the document has not survived, a list of heretical teachings to be condemned. Anyone teaching these heresies faced ecclesiastical discipline and potentially legal punishment. The Council of Ephesus in 431 condemned Nestorianism, the teaching that Christ had two separate natures, human and divine, rather than one unified nature. Nestorius, the Patriarch of Constantinople who taught this doctrine, was deposed and exiled. His writings were ordered destroyed. Any books defending his position were banned. The Council of Chalcedon in 451 addressed a different dispute about Christ's nature, declaring that he had two natures, human and divine, perfectly united. This condemned both those who said Christ had only one nature, monophysites, and those who said his natures were separate, Nestorians. Again, the council produced lists of condemned teachings and texts. Each council generated a category of heresy and a set of banned texts. Over time, these accumulated. By the late 5th century, there were extensive catalogues of forbidden books, maintained by church authorities and updated regularly. The Stichometry of Nicephorus, compiled in the 9th century but drawing on earlier lists, provides a window into this process. It lists dozens of texts categorized as apocryphal and forbidden, Gospels, Acts, Apocalypses, epistles attributed to apostles, but judged inauthentic. These catalogues reveal the scope of early Christian diversity. The Gospel of Peter, the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Matthias, the Gospel of Bartholomew. All are listed as forbidden. Acts of Andrew, Acts of John, Acts of Paul, banned. Apocalypses attributed to Peter, Paul, Thomas, Stephen, all condemned. The existence of these works in the catalogues proves they once circulated widely enough to warrant official condemnation, but condemnation meant suppression, and suppression meant eventually disappearance. The logic behind the bans varied. Some texts taught doctrines incompatible with Nicene Christianity. Others were not necessarily heretical, but were judged unreliable or spiritually unhelpful. Still others were banned because they were associated with condemned movements. Montanism, a 2nd century prophetic movement that emphasized direct revelation from the Holy Spirit, produced numerous texts. When Montanism was declared heretical, its entire literary output became suspect, even texts that did not contain obvious doctrinal errors. The process of determining which books were authentic scripture and which were apocryphal stretched over centuries. By the late 4th century, the canon of the New Testament, the 27 books recognized as authoritative, was largely settled. But this meant that dozens of other early Christian texts, once read and valued by believers, were now categorized as outside the canon. Many of these non-canonical texts were not explicitly banned, but were marginalized, no longer read in churches, no longer copied by official scripturia. Through neglect, they faded from circulation. One category of texts received particularly intense scrutiny: dualistic religions. Dualism teaches that reality consists of two opposing principles, typically good and evil, spirit and matter, light and darkness, locked in cosmic struggle. Several religious movements in late antiquity embraced various forms of dualism, and Rome feared all of them. Manichaeism was perhaps the most widespread dualistic religion. Founded by the prophet Mani in 3rd century Persia, it taught that the material world was created by a principle of darkness, while souls were fragments of light trapped in matter. Salvation meant escaping the material world through asceticism, ritual purity, and gnosis, knowledge of one's true spiritual nature. Manichaeism spread rapidly throughout the Roman Empire. Its appeal lay partly in its comprehensive mythology, which incorporated elements of Christianity, Buddhism, and Zoroastrianism into a grand narrative of cosmic conflict. It also offered a clear explanation for the existence of evil. Matter itself was evil, created by a dark power, and all suffering arose from souls being trapped in material bodies. Augustine himself had been a Manichaean for 9 years before converting to Christianity. His later writings against Manichaeism are informed by intimate knowledge of its teachings. He catalogues Manichaean beliefs in detail, the better to refute them. In doing so, he unintentionally preserved knowledge of Manichaean doctrine that might otherwise have been completely lost, since Manichaean texts were systematically destroyed. Imperial edicts against Manichaeism were harsh. The Theodosian Code devotes an entire section to laws against Manichaeans, specifying death penalties for Manichaean clergy and confiscation of property for lay believers. Possessing Manichaean books was itself a capital crime. The rationale combined religious and political concerns. Manichaeans were heretics whose salvation-oriented worldview rejected the material world, potentially including rejection of imperial authority and social order. Gnosticism, a more diverse phenomenon, also embraced dualistic cosmologies, though in varied forms. Most Gnostic systems taught that the material world was created not by the true God, but by a subordinate, ignorant, or malevolent being called the demiurge. The true God was transcendent, unknowable through reason or scripture alone. Salvation came through gnosis, direct personal knowledge of the divine, often conveyed through mystical experience or esoteric teaching. Gnostic texts typically present cosmological myths explaining how the material world came to exist as a cosmic mistake or trap. They emphasize the divine spark within humans, a fragment of transcendent reality imprisoned in matter. They teach methods for recognizing this inner divinity and escaping the material prison. For Orthodox Christianity, Gnostic teachings were intolerable. They contradicted the goodness of creation described in Genesis. They implied that the God of the Old Testament, the creator of the world, was not the true God, but a lesser, flawed being. They suggested that salvation came through knowledge rather than faith in Christ's death and resurrection. And perhaps most threatening, they claimed that spiritual truth could be accessed directly, without mediation by church authority. The Church Fathers, Irenaeus, Hippolytus, Epiphanius, Tertullian, wrote extensive refutations of Gnosticism. These refutations are our primary source for knowing what Gnostic texts taught, since the originals were destroyed. The irony is profound. Texts burned to eliminate heresy are partially preserved in the very writings that condemned them. Irenaeus, in his Against Heresies written around 180 AD, describes numerous Gnostic systems in detail. He quotes from Gnostic texts to demonstrate their errors. His tone is one of outrage and mockery, but his documentation is meticulous. He names Gnostic teachers: Valentinus, Basilides, Ptolemy, Heracleon. He summarizes their cosmologies. He quotes their interpretations of Scripture, and in doing so he inadvertently creates a historical record. But Irenaeus's goal was destruction. He concludes each section by arguing that the teachings he has described are absurd, contradictory, and damnable. He urges church leaders to identify and expel anyone teaching these doctrines. He calls for these texts to be eliminated, and largely they were. By the 5th century, the apparatus for suppressing heretical texts had become routine. Bishops maintained lists of condemned books. Imperial officials enforced bans. Bookshops were monitored. Private libraries were subject to inspection. Copyists who reproduced banned texts faced severe penalties. The efficiency of this system can be measured by its results. Of the hundreds of Gnostic texts known to have existed in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, almost none survived into the medieval period. Entire schools of thought, Valentinianism, Basilidianism, Sethianism, vanished, preserved only in the fragments quoted by their opponents. The same fate befell other alternative Christianities. Marcionite texts associated with Marcion, who taught that the Old Testament God was different from the New Testament God, were comprehensively destroyed. Montanist writing connected to the prophetic movement disappeared. Adoptionist texts, teaching that Jesus was a human adopted by God rather than eternally divine, were eliminated. The pattern extended beyond explicitly religious texts. Philosophical works that contradicted Christian teaching became targets. Porphyry, a 3rd century Neoplatonist philosopher, wrote a detailed critique of Christianity titled Against the Christians. The work was 15 books long, systematically analysing and refuting Christian doctrines. Christian apologists wrote responses, but they also lobbied for the text's destruction. In 48, Theodosius the Succinct ordered all copies of Porphyry's work burned. The edict was enforced so thoroughly that not a single complete copy survives. We know the text existed and what it generally argued only because Christian writers quoted small portions while refuting them. This created a profound distortion in the historical record. We know the Christian perspective on these debates because Christian texts survived. We know the opposing perspectives only through the filter of Christian writers, who quoted their opponents primarily to demonstrate how wrong they were. It is as if the history of World War II were written only by one side, with the other side's documents systematically destroyed, leaving only quotations selected and framed to make them look foolish or evil. Some modern scholars have attempted to reconstruct lost texts from these quotations, analysing the fragments preserved in refutations to build a picture of what the original works contained. This is painstaking work, requiring linguistic analysis, historical context, and careful reasoning about what parts of the quotations are accurate and what parts are distorted or taken out of context. The results are necessarily uncertain and incomplete. What is certain is the scale of loss. A scholar in the 5th century, interested in understanding the diversity of early Christian thought, could have accessed hundreds of texts representing different perspectives. A scholar in the 10th century trying to research the same topic would find almost everything destroyed, with only approved texts remaining. The intellectual landscape had been forcibly simplified, alternatives eliminated, leaving only the orthodox version. Why was this suppression so thorough? What motivated Christian authorities to pursue the destruction of texts with such determination? The simplest answer is belief. If you genuinely believe that reading the wrong books can damn souls to hell, then destroying those books is an act of mercy. If heretical texts mislead believers away from salvation, then eliminating them protects the faithful. From this perspective, book burning is not anti-intellectual but pastoral, a shepherd protecting the flock from poisoned food. But there were also institutional interests. The church was building a structure of authority. Bishops oversaw priests, patriarchs coordinated bishops, councils defined doctrine. This hierarchy depended on being able to say with confidence what was true and what was false. Alternative texts teaching different doctrines and claiming apostolic authority undermined this structure. If believers could find salvation by reading secret gospels that taught direct access to divine knowledge, they did not need the church's mediation. Political considerations also mattered. After Constantine, the church and empire were increasingly intertwined. Religious unity was seen as necessary for political unity. An empire fractured by theological dispute was weaker, more vulnerable to external threats and internal rebellion. Heresy was not just wrong belief, but potential sedition. Suppressing heretical texts was, in this view, a matter of state security. There was also a psychological dimension. Christianity had been persecuted for centuries. Christians remembered being hunted for their beliefs, their scriptures burned, their leaders martyred. When the tables turned and Christians gained power, some degree of retaliation was perhaps inevitable. The persecuted became persecutors, using the same tools that had been used against them. The memory of Christian texts burning under Diocletian made it easier to justify burning Gnostic texts under Theodosius. Turnabout seemed fair and necessary. Finally, there was the question of truth itself. The Church Fathers believed they possessed truth, the correct understanding of God, salvation, and the meaning of existence. They did not see themselves as suppressing ideas, but as defending truth against falsehood. In their worldview, allowing heretical texts to circulate was like allowing counterfeit currency to remain in circulation. It corrupted the system, misled the innocent, and benefited only those seeking to deceive. These motivations, theological conviction, institutional interest, political expedience, historical grievance, and genuine belief in possessing truth, combined to create a powerful drive toward eliminating alternatives. The result was the most effective censorship campaign the ancient world had yet seen. To understand what was destroyed, we must first understand what Gnostic texts taught. Gnosticism was not a single religion, but a constellation of movements sharing certain themes while differing in details. What united them was an emphasis on gnosis, knowledge that provides salvation. The typical Gnostic cosmology begins with the transcendent God, so far beyond human comprehension that he cannot be described or named. From this ultimate reality emanate spiritual beings called aeons, each embodying aspects of divine perfection. Together, the aeons form the pleroma, the fullness of divine reality. The material world exists as a cosmic mistake. One of the eons, often called Sophia, wisdom, acts without the consent of the higher powers and creates the demiurge, a lesser divine being who mistakes himself for the true God. The demiurge creates the material world, shaping it according to his flawed understanding. This world is not evil by nature, but is ignorant, a poor copy of the spiritual reality above. Humans are created by the demiurge, but through Sophia's intervention they contain a divine spark, a fragment of the pleroma trapped in matter. Most humans are unaware of this inner divinity, living ignorant of their true nature. They worship the demiurge, thinking him the true God, following the religious and moral laws he decrees. Salvation comes through gnosis, the knowledge of one's true origin and nature. This knowledge is not intellectual but experiential, a direct recognition of the divine spark within. Often, this gnosis is transmitted by a divine messenger. In Christian Gnostic texts, typically Jesus, understood not as the demiurge's Messiah, but as an emissary from the pleroma sent to awaken humanity to its true nature. Once awakened, the soul seeks to escape the material world and return to the pleroma. This escape may happen at death, when the soul ascends through the planetary spheres, passing the archons, the rulers, who guard the boundaries and try to keep souls trapped. Or the escape may be more spiritual, a realization that even while embodied, one's true self remains connected to the divine. This mythology has profound implications. First, the material world and its creator are not deserving of worship. The God of the Old Testament, who claims to be the only God and demands obedience to his laws, is actually the ignorant demiurge. His laws are not absolute moral truths, but the rules of a warden seeking to keep souls imprisoned. Second, salvation is available to everyone, not through faith or obedience, but through knowledge. This knowledge is often secret, passed from teacher to student, hidden in symbolic texts that require interpretation. The Gnostic texts themselves function as keys, encoded transmissions of the gnosis necessary for salvation. Third, religious authority is unnecessary. If salvation comes through direct knowledge of the divine within, then priests, bishops, and rituals are at best helpful guides and at worst obstacles. This was particularly threatening to the institutional church, which depended on its role as mediator between God and humanity. Valentinus was perhaps the most influential Gnostic teacher. Born in Egypt around 100 AD, he was educated in Alexandria, where he absorbed Greek philosophy and developed a sophisticated theological system. He moved to Rome around 136 AD and taught there for decades, attracting followers and writing prolifically. Valentinus's system was complex, involving elaborate cosmological myths. He described the pleroma in detail, 30 eons arranged in complementary pairs, emanating from the Ultimate Father. He explained how Sophia's error led to the creation of the material world, and how Christ and the Holy Spirit descended to restore order and awaken humans to gnosis. Valentinus's writings are almost entirely lost. We know he wrote psalms, letters, homilies, and a gospel. Early Christian writers quote brief fragments, usually to refute them, but of the dozens of works Valentinus reportedly produced, only isolated sentences survive directly. His teaching is preserved primarily through his students, whose writings are also mostly lost, and through the refutations of his critics. The Valentinian school continued after Valentinus's death, splitting into eastern and western branches with slightly different emphases. Valentinian communities existed throughout the empire, producing texts, training teachers, and offering an alternative version of Christianity. They did not see themselves as heretics, but as Christians who understood deeper mysteries than the literal-minded Orthodox believers. Basilides, another Alexandrian teacher, contemporary with Valentinus, developed a different Gnostic system. His cosmology was even more elaborate, involving 3 heavens, each ruled by a different angel. The God who created the world and spoke to the Jews was merely the angel of the 3/5 heaven, ignorant of the higher realities. Basilides wrote a 24-book commentary on the Gospels, presenting his interpretations. The entire work is lost, known only through fragments preserved by opponents. Marcion, though not technically a Gnostic, taught a dualistic theology that Christianity's leaders found equally threatening. Marcion believed that the God of the Old Testament was different from the God revealed by Jesus. The Old Testament God was just but harsh, dealing in law and retribution. Jesus revealed a previously unknown God of pure love and mercy. Marcion rejected the Old Testament entirely and created his own canon of Scripture, a modified version of Luke's Gospel and 10 of Paul's letters, edited to remove what Marcion saw as corrupting Jewish influences. Marcion's movement spread rapidly in the 2nd century, establishing churches throughout the empire that rivaled Orthodox communities. This success made Marcion a priority target. The Church Fathers wrote extensively against him. Justin, Martyr, Irenaeus, Tertullian and Origen all refuted his teachings, but they also pressured authorities to ban Marcionite texts and close Marcionite churches. By the 4th century, Marcionism was in decline, its texts disappearing. Heracleon, a student of Valentinus, wrote the first known commentary on the Gospel of John. He interpreted John's Gospel through a Gnostic lens, explaining that the true meaning was spiritual and symbolic rather than literal. Origen, the great Christian scholar, wrote a response quoting Heracleon extensively to refute him. These quotations in Origen's commentary are the only surviving pieces of Heracleon's work. The pattern repeats across dozens of teachers and texts. Ptolemy, another Valentinian, wrote letters explaining Gnostic interpretations. Fragments survive in Epiphanius's catalogue of heresies. Theodotus wrote teachings collected by a later scholar, portions of which survive in a manuscript. The Gospel of Truth, possibly by Valentinus himself, was lost until the 20th century. The Gospel of Philip, the Apocryphon of John, the Sophia of Jesus Christ, all circulated in Gnostic communities. All were suppressed. All were lost until modern archaeological discoveries. In 367 AD, Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, issued his annual Easter letter to the churches under his authority. This particular letter contained a section listing which books were canonical scripture and which were not. The canonical books, the 27 books that would become the New Testament, were to be read in churches. Non-canonical books were to be avoided. Some were useful for instruction but not authoritative. Others were heretical and forbidden. For Orthodox Christians, this letter clarified what had been disputed. For Gnostic Christians in Egypt, it was a death sentence for their texts. Possessing the books Athanasius condemned could lead to arrest, confiscation, punishment. The choice was either surrender the texts or hide them. Somewhere near the town of Nag Hammadi in Upper Egypt, someone chose to hide them. Whether it was a single monk, a group of monks, or an entire monastery is unknown. What is certain is that they took a collection of texts bound in leather codices and buried them in a sealed jar near a cliff face. The texts were Coptic translations of Gnostic works. The Gospel of Thomas, a collection of 114 sayings attributed to Jesus, emphasizing inner knowledge. The Apocryphon of John, a revelation dialogue between the risen Christ and John, describing the Gnostic cosmology. The Gospel of Philip, teaching about spiritual marriage and the sacraments. The Sophia of Jesus Christ, dialogues about the nature of the divine realm. 13 codices in total containing over 50 texts, many unique, many previously unknown except through references in heretical catalogues. The collection was comprehensive, representing various Gnostic traditions. Whoever assembled it had access to a significant library and knowledge of which texts were most important. The binding was professional. The texts were not hastily copied but carefully produced. The leather covers were decorated. This was not a desperate last-minute effort, but a deliberate preservation project, perhaps planned when Athanasius's letter reached Egypt, perhaps prepared over months. The jar was buried in a spot that was dry, protected from the moisture that would have destroyed papyrus. The location near a cliff meant that flooding was unlikely. Whether this was calculated or fortunate, it ensured the text's survival. For 16 centuries, the jar remained buried. The monks who hid it presumably died without revealing the location. The monastery, if that was where the text came from, continued for some centuries, then faded. The knowledge of what had been buried was lost. The text remained in darkness, preserved but inaccessible. In 945, farmers digging for fertilizer discovered the jar. They broke it open, found old books and took them home. Not understanding their value, they gave some away, burned others for fuel. But enough survived that scholars eventually realized what had been found. The largest collection of Gnostic texts ever discovered, a library of heresies that Rome had tried to eliminate. The significance of the Nag Hammadi library cannot be overstated. Before its discovery, Gnosticism was known primarily through the refutations of church fathers. Scholars had to reconstruct Gnostic beliefs from hostile summaries and selective quotations. The reliability of these reconstructions was always uncertain. Were the church fathers accurately representing Gnostic teaching, or were they creating straw men? The Nag Hammadi texts provided Gnostic voices speaking for themselves. Suddenly, scholars could read what Gnostics actually believed, how they interpreted scripture, what kind of Christianity they practiced. The text revealed a movement far more sophisticated and diverse than the heresiologists had suggested. Gnostic Christians were not just confused believers or cynical manipulators, but serious theologians with coherent worldviews. The text also revealed the breadth of early Christian diversity. Christianity in the 2nd and 3rd centuries was not a unified movement but a complex landscape of competing interpretations. Some Christians emphasized faith in Christ's resurrection, others emphasized mystical knowledge, some insisted on the authority of bishops, others claimed direct revelation, some read 4 Gospels, others read many more. By the 4th century, this diversity had been violently narrowed. Orthodox Christianity, backed by imperial power, had eliminated most alternatives. The Nag Hammadi texts survived as time capsules, preserving voices that were otherwise staunch, questions that were no longer asked, possibilities that were no longer explored. The Nag Hammadi discovery revealed how much had been lost. The library contained about 50 texts, but references in ancient sources suggest hundreds more Gnostic works existed. For every text that survived, dozens disappeared. Consider the Gospel of Mary, portions of which survive in a fragmentary manuscript. It presents Mary Magdalene as Jesus' closest disciple, the one who truly understood his teaching. After Jesus' resurrection, she consoles the other disciples and shares secret teachings Jesus revealed to her. When Peter objects that Jesus would not have revealed more to a woman than to the male disciples, Mary is defended by Levi, who says Peter is always quick to anger and is now treating Mary as if she were an enemy. This text, radical in its presentation of female spiritual authority, existed in multiple copies in antiquity. It was read in communities where women taught and prophesied. Then it was suppressed, condemned as heretical, hunted down and burned. Only fragments survived, hidden and forgotten until modern discovery. Or consider the secret book of John, found complete at Nag Hammadi but previously known only through Irenaeus's hostile summary. This text presents a detailed Gnostic cosmology, the transcendent God, the emanation of divine beings, Sophia's error, the creation of the material world by the demiurge. It explains that the demiurge is the God of the Old Testament, ignorant and jealous, who tried to keep Adam from gaining knowledge by forbidding the tree in Eden. The serpent was actually a divine emissary, offering the knowledge the demiurge wanted to withhold. This radical reinterpretation of Genesis, the fall as awakening rather than sin, the serpent as hero rather than villain, was intolerable to Orthodox Christianity. Texts teaching this view were among the first targets of suppression. The secret Book of John survived only because it was hidden before it could be confiscated. The lost texts were not all Gospels and Apocalypses. Gnostic communities produced commentaries, interpretations of Scripture from a Gnostic perspective, explaining the symbolic meanings behind the literal narratives. Heraclian's commentary on John is lost except for fragments. Other Gnostic commentaries are known only by name, theological treatises. Systematic explanations of Gnostic cosmology, soteriology, and anthropology. Ptolemy's letter to Flora, explaining the relationship between the Old Testament law and Christian teaching, survives only in part through Epiphanius's quotation. Ritual texts, instructions for Gnostic sacraments and practices, these were particularly targeted for destruction because they reveal the secret rites by which Gnostic communities initiated members and transmitted gnosis. Hymns and prayers, spiritual poetry, and liturgical texts. The Hymn of the Pearl, preserved in the Acts of Thomas, is a rare survivor, a hauntingly beautiful allegory of the soul's descent into matter and return to the divine. Letters, correspondence between Gnostic teachers and communities, addressing theological questions and pastoral concerns. Only a handful survive, quoted in refutations. The scope of this destroyed literature was comparable to the surviving New Testament in length, and perhaps exceeded it. Imagine if, in addition to the 27 books of the New Testament, another 50 or 60 early Christian texts of equal length survived. Our understanding of early Christianity would be entirely different. We would see it as what it actually was, a profoundly diverse movement with multiple competing visions of what following Jesus meant. The Gnostic purge eliminated this diversity, leaving only the Orthodox version. For 1,000 years, Christianity would be understood through the lens of the victors, those who had the power to burn the alternatives. What was lost were not just books, but possibilities, ways of being Christian that might have developed differently, questions that might have been explored, insights that might have enriched theological understanding. Some scholars argue that Gnosticism deserved suppression, that its pessimistic view of the material world, its rejection of the body, its elitist emphasis on secret knowledge, made it an unworkable foundation for a universal religion. Orthodox Christianity in this view survived because it was more balanced, more practical, more capable of building institutions and shaping culture. Perhaps, but we will never know what Gnostic Christianity might have become if it had survived, what forms it might have taken, what insights it might have contributed. That possibility was eliminated, and 1,000 years of European thought developed without these alternative voices. By the 5th century, traditional paganism was dying. The temples were closed, sacrifices banned, public worship illegal. But philosophical paganism, particularly Neoplatonism, survived in academies where teachers maintained the tradition of reading Plato, arguing about metaphysics, and seeking wisdom through rational inquiry. Alexandria remained a centre of Neoplatonic teaching. The city's philosophical tradition stretched back centuries, and despite Christianity's rise, scholars continued to teach and study. The atmosphere was increasingly tense. Christian bishops watched the philosophers suspiciously, seeing pagan philosophy as a threat to true belief. But as long as teachers avoided explicitly attacking Christianity, they could continue their work. Hypatia represented the best of this tradition. Born around 355 AD, she was trained by her father Theon, himself a noted mathematician and philosopher. She became an accomplished mathematician, astronomer and philosopher, teaching at the Neoplatonic school in Alexandria. Her lectures attracted students from across the Mediterranean. including Christians who saw no contradiction between their faith and studying pagan philosophy. Hypatia's teaching emphasized the timeless Platonic themes, the immortality of the soul, the reality of unchanging forms beyond the material world, the power of reason to apprehend truth. She taught mathematics as a pathway to understanding the ordered cosmos. She practiced and taught a philosophical life, characterized by self-discipline, contemplation, and dedication to wisdom. Her reputation extended beyond academia. She advised the Roman prefect of Egypt on political matters. She mediated disputes. She was respected as someone of exceptional intellect and moral character. Christian students attended her lectures. Christian intellectuals corresponded with her, some seeing her philosophy as compatible with Christian theology, others respecting her learning even while disagreeing with her paganism. But Alexandria in the early 400s was increasingly unstable. The Bishop Cyril had taken control of the church, and he was determined to consolidate Christian power. He closed synagogues, expelled Jews, and targeted pagans who were too influential. Hypatia, as the most prominent pagan in Alexandria, and an advisor to the prefect, became a focus of his hostility. In March 415, as Hypatia was travelling through Alexandria in her chariot, a mob of Christian monks and laymen attacked her. They dragged her from the chariot, stripped her, and murdered her using broken pottery shards as weapons. They dismembered her body and burned the pieces. The historian Socrates Scholasticus, writing shortly after, explicitly connects the murder to Cyril's hostility toward her influence. The immediate motivation was political, removing a rival power centre, but the symbolic meaning extended further. Hypatia represented the old world of Hellenic learning, reason unbound by religious authority, women participating as equals in intellectual life. Her murder sent a message. This world was ending, replaced by one where Christian authority determined what could be thought and taught. Hypatia's texts, if she wrote any, are lost. We know she produced editions and commentaries on mathematical works, but none survive. Whether they were destroyed in the chaos surrounding her death or simply neglected afterward is unknown. What matters is that her voice was chanted, subscribed, and the philosophical tradition she represented was crippled. Other philosophers fared better, but faced constant pressure. Damascius, who led the Neoplatonic school in Athens in the early 500s, practiced a form of religious syncretism, honouring multiple traditions while seeking underlying truths. His philosophical works were sophisticated, engaging with both Platonic texts and theological questions. When the Emperor Justinian closed the philosophical schools in 529, ordering that teaching pagan philosophy in Athens must cease, Damascius and several colleagues fled to Persia, seeking refuge under a monarch more tolerant of diverse thought. They later returned, disillusioned with Persian despotism, but the academy remained closed. The tradition of philosophical teaching that had continued since Plato's time, nearly 1,000 years, was ended by imperial decree. The library of the academy, containing centuries of philosophical texts, commentaries, and lecture notes, was dispersed or destroyed. A millennium of accumulated learning was scattered, much of it lost forever. The suppression of pagan philosophy was more selective than the suppression of heretical Christianity. Some philosophical texts were deemed compatible with Christian teaching. Augustine read Plotinus and found his Neoplatonic metaphysics helpful for articulating Christian doctrine. Boethius translated Aristotle into Latin, making his logical works available to medieval scholars. The Church Fathers studied rhetoric using classical texts, but other philosophical works were targeted for their content or associations. Books that explicitly argued against Christianity were banned and burned. Porphyry's Against the Christians was the most prominent casualty, but he was not alone. Celsus had written The True Word in the 2nd century, a detailed philosophical critique of Christianity. Origen wrote an 8-volume refutation. Celsus's original text was destroyed. We know what he argued only through the quotations Origen provides while disagreeing with them. Lucian of Samosata, a 2nd-century satirist, had mocked Christianity alongside other religious movements. His work survived because he was respected as a stylist, but texts deemed too offensive to Christian sensibilities were sometimes removed from manuscripts. Later copyists, uncomfortable with satires of Christianity, simply did not reproduce those sections. Books of magic and theurgy came under special attack. Theurgy was the Neoplatonic practice of using ritual to contact divine beings, seeking visions and knowledge from higher realities. To Christians, this looked like demon worship. Texts teaching theurgical practices were banned, their authors condemned. The Chaldean Oracles, a collection of theurgical teachings attributed to ancient Chaldean wisdom, survived only in fragments, quoted in philosophical works that Christianity tolerated because the larger texts were considered useful. Astrological texts faced periodic bans. Astrology had been condemned sporadically even in pagan Rome, but Christian emperors intensified the prohibition. The rationale combined theological concerns. Astrology suggested fate-governed events, contradicting belief in divine providence and free will, with political fears that astrological predictions could inspire conspiracies against the emperor. Thousands of astrological treatises were destroyed. Some survived because they were attributed to respected authorities like Ptolemy, whose astronomical and astrological works were too scientifically valuable to eliminate. Others survived in Arabic translation, preserved in the Islamic world and later retranslated into Latin, returning to Europe through this circuitous route. Medical texts were vulnerable when they included religious content. Many ancient medical works incorporated prayers, invocations, and references to healing gods. Christian copyists sometimes removed these passages, editing texts to make them religiously neutral. Occasionally entire texts were lost because their religious framework made them unacceptable. We know the names of hundreds of ancient medical texts that no longer exist, some lost through normal decay, others likely suppressed for religious content. Philosophical texts on ethics posed problems when they contradicted Christian teaching. Epicureanism, which taught that the gods were indifferent to human affairs and that death was simply extinction of consciousness, was particularly objectionable. Epicurus's own works mostly disappeared. Lucretius's On the Nature of Things, a poetic exposition of Epicurean philosophy, survived as a single manuscript, copied in a remote monastery rediscovered in the Renaissance. If that manuscript had been lost, Lucretius would be known only by name. Stoic texts fared better because Stoic ethics, emphasizing virtue, self-control, and accepting divine providence, could be adapted to Christian purposes. But Stoic cosmology, teaching the eternal recurrence of the universe through infinite cycles of conflagration and rebirth, contradicted Christian linear time with its single creation and final judgment. Stoic texts that emphasize cosmology over ethics were more likely to disappear. The selective survival of ancient philosophy shaped medieval and modern thought in ways we can barely recognize. We study the Plato, Aristotle, Plotinus, and other philosophers whose texts survived. We do not study the hundreds of philosophers whose works were destroyed. We cannot know what insights were lost, what arguments never reached us, what alternatives to existing philosophical problems might have been explored if more texts survived. Among the most enigmatic texts to face suppression was the Hermetic corpus, writings attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, thrice great Hermes, understood in late antiquity as an ancient Egyptian sage who possessed profound wisdom. The Hermetic texts taught a religious philosophy blending Egyptian, Greek, and Middle Eastern elements, emphasizing that the cosmos was divine, humans contained a divine spark, and gnosis of divine realities brought transformation. The Hermetica included philosophical dialogues, technical treatises on astrology and alchemy, magical texts with spells and invocations, and revelatory discourses on cosmology and the nature of divinity. The range was enormous, and Christian authorities responded with ambivalence. Some Hermetic philosophical texts seemed compatible with Christianity, teaching monotheism and ethical behaviour. Others, especially magical texts, seemed obviously demonic. The magical Hermetic texts were targeted first. Books of spells, instruction for creating talismans, recipes for inducing visions. These were condemned and burned. Imperial edicts specifically mentioned books of magic as forbidden. Possessing such texts could lead to execution. Most of this material was lost. The philosophical Hermetica survived longer, though uneasily. Lactantius, a Christian writer in the early 4th century, quoted Hermetic texts favourably, seeing them as ancient pagan prophecies of Christianity. Augustine was more ambivalent, appreciating some Hermetic teaching but condemning its magic and astrology. This mixed reception meant some texts were preserved while others were destroyed, creating an incomplete and distorted picture of Hermetic thought. By the medieval period, most Hermetic texts were lost in Western Europe. The tradition survived primarily in Arabic translation. Islamic scholars preserved and studied Hermetic texts, seeing them as ancient wisdom worth maintaining. When these texts began returning to Europe in the late medieval and Renaissance periods, they arrived as rediscoveries of lost knowledge. In 1460, a manuscript containing Hermetic philosophical dialogues reached Florence. Cosimo de' Medici, the city's effective ruler, commissioned the philosopher Marsilio Ficino to translate it immediately, setting aside even his work on Plato. The translation created a sensation. Renaissance humanists read these texts as ancient Egyptian wisdom, predating and prefiguring Christianity. The Hermetica influenced theology, philosophy, science, and magic in early modern Europe. Scholars now understand that the Hermetic texts were not ancient Egyptian, but were composed in the early centuries AD, products of the same religious melting pot that produced Gnosticism and Neoplatonism. But the point remains. Texts condemned and largely destroyed by late antique Christianity returned centuries later to profoundly influence European thought. Ideas Rome tried to eliminate survived through hiding, preservation in other cultures, and sheer chance. A strange pattern emerges in studying late antique censorship. Often the very attempt to destroy texts preserved knowledge of them. The Church Fathers who wrote against heresy quoted the texts they condemned. Later scholars, reading these refutations, could reconstruct at least some of what the original text taught. Irenaeus' Against Heresies preserves detailed descriptions of Gnostic cosmologies. Epiphanius' Panarion catalogues heresies with enough detail that modern scholars can understand their basic teachings. Origen's refutation of Celsus preserves Celsus's arguments against Christianity. Augustine's refutations of Manichaeism document Manichaean beliefs. This was unintentional preservation. The heresiologists wanted to destroy these ideas, not preserve them, but they needed to explain what they were refuting, which required summarizing and quoting the text they opposed. And their own writings, being orthodox, were copied and preserved by the Church. The paradox extends further. By quoting heretical texts, the Church Fathers demonstrated that these texts existed and were influential. When modern archaeologists discovered the Nag Hammadi library, they could match found texts with references in ancient catalogues of heresies. The Gospel of Thomas had been mentioned by name in heretical lists. When it was discovered, scholars immediately recognized it. Without those condemnations, we might not have understood what we had found. But this preservation was fragmentary and biased. We have this heretics' positions filtered through hostile summaries, selected quotations taken out of context, and interpretations designed to make the ideas look absurd. Reading a church father's refutation of Gnosticism is not the same as reading Gnostic texts directly, any more than reading a politician's attack on an opponent is the same as hearing the opponent speak. The Nag Hammadi discovery proved this dramatically. Before 1945, scholars reconstructed Gnostic beliefs from the Church Fathers' refutations. These reconstructions emphasized the bizarre and alien aspects of Gnosticism, complex mythologies with obscure names, radical dualism, rejection of the material world. When actual Gnostic texts became available, scholars found a more nuanced picture, sophisticated theology, mystical spirituality, diverse interpretations of Christianity. The refutations had captured some truth, but also distorted, emphasizing elements that seemed most foreign and threatening. The lesson is sobering. When one side of a debate has the power to destroy the other side's texts, the historical record becomes fundamentally unreliable. We cannot trust the victors' accounts of what the losers believed, because those accounts serve polemical rather than documentary purposes. And when texts are destroyed, we lose not just the ideas they contained, but the ability to fairly evaluate historical conflicts. The attempted destruction of pagan philosophy and heretical Christianity was not just about controlling belief in late antiquity. It shaped how later generations understood the past. Medieval scholars, reading only Orthodox Christian texts, saw early Christianity as unified around correct doctrine, with heresies as occasional errors by misguided individuals. They did not know that early Christianity was profoundly diverse, that the heresies were major movements with their own scriptures and institutions, that orthodoxy was established through political power as much as theological argument. This distortion persisted for over a millennium, till archaeology and critical scholarship began recovering lost texts and reconstructing a more accurate picture. Even now, our understanding remains incomplete. For every text discovered at Nag Hammadi, dozens remain lost. For every philosophical work that survived, hundreds disappeared. The gaps in our knowledge are permanent, casualties of an empire's war against ideas. The year 476 AD is conventionally marked as the end of the Western Roman Empire. Romulus Augustulus, the last emperor in the West, was deposed by the Germanic chieftain Odoacer, who declined to claim the imperial title and instead ruled Italy as king. This was less a dramatic collapse than the final acknowledgement of a process decades in progress. The implications for books and learning were severe. The Roman Empire had provided infrastructure for intellectual life, roads for travel, postal systems for correspondence, monetary systems for economic exchange, and most importantly, peace and stability, allowing cities to maintain libraries and support scholars. As imperial authority disintegrated in the West, this infrastructure collapsed. Cities declined in population and wealth. The urban culture that had supported libraries, bookshops, and public lectures withered. Wealthy patrons who had funded scriptoria and employed scholars lost their fortunes in the chaos. The networks of intellectual exchange that allowed ideas and texts to circulate across the Mediterranean fragmented into isolated regional cultures. Book production, always expensive, became more difficult. Papyrus had been imported from Egypt, but trade disruption made it scarce and costly. Vellum became the primary writing material, but this required enormous resources. A single Bible-sized codex needed the skins of 200 or 300 animals. For a society that was struggling economically and often barely maintaining agricultural production, devoting these resources to books was increasingly difficult. Libraries suffered especially. Maintaining a library required ongoing expenditure, climate-controlled storage, security, staff to catalogue and repair texts. As cities impoverished, libraries were abandoned. Scrolls and codices, no longer maintained, decayed. Moisture destroyed papyrus, insects ate vellum, fire consumed unprotected buildings. The great civic libraries of the western cities mostly disappeared within a century of the empire's fall. Some texts moved from cities to monasteries. As urban centres collapsed, monasteries became islands of literacy and learning. Monks copied manuscripts, maintained libraries, and preserved texts they judged valuable. But monastic preservation was selective. Religious texts were prioritized. Classical literature was copied only if it was deemed morally acceptable or useful for education. Pagan philosophical texts were preserved in fragments, sometimes only excerpts used for teaching rhetoric or logic. The selectivity extended to Christian texts. Monasteries copied orthodox scriptures, liturgical texts, and writings of approved church fathers. Heretical texts, even if they survived the late Roman purges, were not preserved. If a monk discovered a Gnostic gospel in a library he was cataloguing, he would destroy it, not copy it. The monastic scriptoria that saved some texts from oblivion also ensured others would be lost. Vellum was expensive. A large codex might represent a year's wages for a skilled craftsman. When vellum was scarce, monasteries sometimes reused it. The existing text would be scraped off, the surface prepared again, and a new text written over the ghost of the old. These recycled manuscripts are called palimpsests. Modern technology, ultraviolet light, multispectral imaging, can sometimes recover the erased text beneath the visible one. These recovered texts have revealed significant losses. Entire works survive only as the bottom layer of palimpsests, erased to make room for texts the monastery valued more. A famous example, the Archimedes palimpsest. In the 10th century, a Byzantine scribe copied several works by Archimedes, the ancient Greek mathematician. In the 13th century, those pages were unbound, the mathematical texts scraped off, and the vellum reused to write a Christian prayer book. Archimedes was literally erased to make room for liturgy. Modern imaging recovered most of the mathematical texts, including one work that had been completely lost. This was not malicious. The monks who did this did not think, "Let us destroy ancient knowledge." They thought, "We need vellum for this prayer book, and we have a manuscript that no one here reads anymore." In their hierarchy of values, prayers mattered more than mathematics. The erasure was practical, not ideological, but the cumulative effect was devastating. Texts erased in palimpsests included classical works, early Christian writings deemed no longer useful, historical chronicles, scientific treatises, and philosophical texts. Some can be recovered with technology. Others are lost beyond recovery, the scraping too thorough, the overwritten text too obscure. The practice reveals a hard truth about preservation. Texts survive not because they are objectively valuable, but because someone, at every point in their existence, chooses to preserve them. Every generation that inherits a text decides whether to copy it, repair it, or let it decay. In times of scarcity, difficult choices are made. The monks who erased Archimedes made a rational choice given their resources and values, but the result was the near loss of irreplaceable mathematical insights. This process explains why so many ancient texts survive in only one or two manuscripts. There were bottlenecks, moments when only one copy existed, when the text came close to disappearing entirely. If that single copy was destroyed, lost in a fire, or erased in a palimpsest, the text was gone forever. We know the names of hundreds of ancient works that existed into the early medieval period but then vanished, casualties of the bottleneck when book production nearly ceased. As Western Europe descended into fragmentation and poverty, other regions became relatively more important for preserving texts. The Byzantine Empire, though it faced its own crises, maintained higher levels of literacy, urban culture, and economic activity. Constantinople's libraries preserved Greek texts that disappeared in the West. Byzantine scholars continued copying manuscripts, maintaining the tradition of Greek learning. But Byzantium had its own suppressions. Iconoclasm, the 8th and 9th century movement against religious images, led to the destruction of texts as well as art. Works defending the use of icons or associated with condemned theologians were burned. Political and theological disputes triggered waves of censorship. Byzantine preservation was substantial but not comprehensive. The Islamic world became an increasingly important repository of ancient learning. After the Arab conquests of the 7th and 8th centuries, Muslim scholars translated Greek philosophical and scientific texts into Arabic. Works by Aristotle, Galen, Ptolemy, and others were preserved in Arabic translation, even as the Greek originals were being lost in Europe. Islamic scholars not only preserved these texts but engaged with them, writing commentaries, conducting experiments, and advancing knowledge in astronomy, medicine, mathematics, and philosophy. This Islamic preservation was crucial for the eventual recovery of ancient learning in Europe. When European scholars in the later Middle Ages wanted to access Greek philosophical and scientific texts they had lost, they often had to translate them from Arabic back into Latin. The knowledge flow was circular. Greece to Rome, Rome collapsing, the texts moving to Byzantium and the Islamic world, then returning to Europe through translation. Ireland and the British Isles played a peculiar role. Relatively remote from the chaos of the collapsing Western Empire, Irish monasteries became centres of learning. Irish monks copied manuscripts prolifically, preserving texts that were being lost on the continent. They maintained a tradition of classical education, studying Latin literature, philosophy, and rhetoric alongside Christian texts. Irish missionaries brought books and learning back to the continent in the 6th and 7th centuries, helping to revive European intellectual culture. But even these various preservation efforts were partial. Texts needed to be valuable to multiple cultures to survive. A work that both Christians and Muslims found useful, like Aristotle's logic or Galen's medicine, had good chances of survival. A text valued only by one now defunct tradition, like Gnostic Gospels or Manichaean scriptures, had little chance unless it happened to be buried and hidden. By the 10th century, the intellectual landscape of Europe had been radically simplified from what it had been in the 2nd century. To understand the scale of loss, consider some categories. Greek drama. Athens produced hundreds of playwrights. We have complete plays from only 3 tragedians, Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides. We have 7 plays by Aeschylus out of about 70 he wrote, 7 by Sophocles from over 100, 18 by Euripides from 90 or so. The rest are lost. We have fragments, quotations in other texts, lines preserved on papyrus scraps found in Egypt. But the plays themselves are gone. Entire genres of Greek drama, like the satyr plays, are known only by reputation. History. Dozens of Greek and Roman historians wrote comprehensive histories of their times. We have fragments of most, complete works of only a few. Livy's history of Rome stretched to 102 books. We have 35 complete, summaries of others. Everything else is lost. The histories written from perspectives Rome wanted suppressed, accounts by Rome's enemies, chronicles of conquered peoples, were systematically destroyed. Philosophy. The ancient world produced hundreds of philosophical schools and thousands of philosophers. We have substantial works from perhaps 20 philosophers. The rest are known only by name or through mentions in the text that survived. Entire schools of thought, the Cyrenaics, the Megarians, multiple branches of the Sophists, are lost except for fragments. Science and medicine. Galen alone wrote over 300 medical treatises. Fewer than 80 survive complete. The medical knowledge of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the ancient Mediterranean, accumulated over millennia, was reduced to the few texts that monasteries chose to copy. Gnostic and heretical Christianity. Before Nag Hammadi we had fragments. Now we have portions of a destroyed library. But the references in heretical catalogues make clear that hundreds of Gnostic texts existed. We have perhaps 10% of the Gnostic literary output. Pagan religious texts. The sacred texts of Egyptian, Mesopotamian, Celtic, Germanic, and countless other religious traditions were destroyed by Christian suppression or lost through neglect. We have fragments of Egyptian religious texts preserved in stone inscriptions or papyri. The rest is gone. Women's voices. Ancient women wrote poetry, philosophy, letters, and histories. Almost all of their works are lost. Sappho was celebrated as one of the greatest Greek poets. Of her 9 books of poetry, we have fragments of a few poems and scraps of others. Hypatia wrote on mathematics and philosophy. Nothing survives. The selective preservation of texts by Christian monks meant that women's voices, already marginalized in ancient culture, were nearly erased from the historical record. The total loss is unquantifiable. Modern scholars estimate that we possess less than 10% of ancient Greek literature and perhaps 5% of Latin literature. For works condemned as heretical, the survival rate is far lower, perhaps 1% or less. The vast majority of ancient thought, argument, and creativity is simply gone, leaving only enough fragments to hint at what was lost. This was not entirely the result of intentional destruction. Natural decay, accidents, and changing tastes all contributed. But targeted suppression, the burning of heretical texts, the banning of pagan philosophy, the focus of preservation efforts on Orthodox Christianity, significantly accelerated and skewed the losses. Texts associated with condemned movements had virtually no chance of survival. Texts supporting Orthodox Christianity had institutional backing ensuring multiple copies and careful preservation. The result was a historical record profoundly distorted by the power relationships of late antiquity. Not every monk participated enthusiastically in the suppression of heretical texts. Some had trained as scholars before entering monasteries, and their intellectual curiosity survived their religious vows. They understood that the texts being destroyed represented genuine attempts to understand divine truth, even if those attempts had been condemned as mistaken. These monks faced a profound dilemma. Their obedience to church authority required destroying or ignoring heretical texts. But their intellectual integrity, their recognition that truth was complex and understanding required engaging with multiple perspectives, pushed them toward preservation. Some chose a middle path. They would not openly defy orders, but neither would they enthusiastically implement them. When ordered to destroy a heretical text, a monk might report it destroyed while actually hiding it, or he might make a copy before destroying the original, reasoning that even condemned ideas should be remembered. These covert actions were dangerous. If discovered, the punishment could be severe: expulsion from the monastery, excommunication, or worse. But some monks judged the risk worthwhile. Evidence of this underground preservation is indirect, but suggestive. Occasionally, manuscripts surface that should not exist. Heretical texts copied by monks, hidden in monastery libraries, preserved despite official condemnation. The Nag Hammadi texts likely came from a monastic library. Someone in that monastery valued those texts enough to hide rather than destroy them. Other evidence comes from catalogues. Medieval library catalogues sometimes list texts that are clearly problematic from an Orthodox perspective. These entries are often cryptic, as if the cataloguer wanted to record the text's existence without being too explicit about its heretical content. Or texts are listed under innocuous titles that disguise their actual content. This suggests librarians who wanted future scholars to know these texts existed, even if they could not safely preserve them openly. Letters between monks sometimes contain coded language referring to certain books that the correspondent should preserve carefully. These allusions are frustratingly vague, but they hint at networks of monks passing texts they believed valuable despite official disapproval. The infrastructure of monastic communication, messengers travelling between monasteries, monks visiting other communities, books being lent and copied, could serve both official purposes and covert preservation. In Syria and Egypt, Christian communities existed that never fully accepted the decisions of the imperial church councils. After the Council of Chalcedon in 451, which defined Christ as having two natures, many Eastern Christians rejected this formula. They were called monophysites, believers in one nature, though they rejected the label, seeing their theology as more nuanced. These communities found themselves condemned as heretics by the imperial church, but they were numerous and geographically concentrated. Unlike scattered Gnostic communities, they could maintain institutional structures, churches, monasteries, schools and libraries, and they preserved texts that the imperial church wanted destroyed. Syriac Christian libraries contained Gospels and other writings that were marginalized or banned in the Greek-speaking church. The Diatessaron, a 2nd century harmony of the 4 canonical Gospels woven into a single narrative, was widely used in Syriac churches, but condemned by church authorities who insisted the 4 separate Gospels were authoritative. The Syriac church preserved it. Egyptian Coptic Christianity maintained its own literary tradition. Coptic translations of Greek texts preserved works that were being lost in their original language. When Greek copies of Gnostic texts were destroyed, Coptic translations sometimes survived, hidden in monasteries that refused to enforce the imperial church's dictates. These communities were not deliberately preserving heresy. From their perspective, they were maintaining their legitimate Christian tradition against an imperial church that had departed from truth. But the effect was to create alternative repositories of Christian texts, places where books condemned in Constantinople or Rome might survive. The geographical and linguistic diversity of Christianity proved crucial. A text banned in Greek might survive in Syriac or Coptic translation. A text condemned in the West might be preserved in the East. The fragmentation that church authorities tried to overcome, the existence of multiple Christian traditions speaking different languages and maintaining separate libraries, worked against comprehensive censorship. To truly eliminate a text, authorities needed to reach every community, in every language, across vast distances. Often they could not. Books moved along the same routes as trade goods. Merchants travelling between cities carried not just merchandise, but letters, news, and occasionally texts. A merchant sympathetic to a banned teaching might smuggle copies of forbidden books, concealing them among ordinary cargo. The risk was substantial, but so were the profits for someone willing to supply an underground market. In cities, underground networks formed among those interested in forbidden knowledge. These networks were informal and dangerous to participate in. Members communicated carefully, using code words and meeting in private locations. They shared texts, discussing them in secret study groups, copying portions they found valuable. The membership of these networks was diverse. Some were committed believers in condemned doctrines, Gnostic Christians, Manichaeans, pagans who maintained their faith despite official prohibition. Others were intellectually curious individuals who wanted to read what the authorities forbade, not because they believed it, but because they wanted to understand. Copyists who produced forbidden texts often worked alone or in small groups. The work was painstaking and dangerous. Papyrus or vellum had to be acquired discreetly. Copying had to be done in private, at night, or in hidden locations. Completed copies had to be concealed, sometimes in elaborate hiding places designed to resist search. The financial incentive could be significant. Forbidden books commanded high prices from collectors willing to risk possession. Some copyists made their living in this underground economy, producing texts for the customers who specified what they wanted. Others copied for ideological reasons, believing the text contained truth that must survive. This underground production was small-scale compared to official scriptoria, but it meant that even under vigorous suppression, some copies of banned texts continued to be made. As long as demand existed and copyists were willing to take the risk, prohibited knowledge could circulate. However, these networks were vulnerable. Informants could infiltrate them. Authorities conducted raids on suspected locations. When a participant was arrested, they might reveal others under interrogation. Periodically, networks were broken up, texts confiscated, members punished. The survival of forbidden knowledge depended on constant renewal, new copyists replacing those arrested, new hiding places replacing those discovered, new networks forming when old ones collapsed. The decision to hide texts for later discovery rather than continue circulating them reflected a calculation about the future. When a movement faced existential threat, when its members were being hunted, its books systematically destroyed, its survival in doubt, hiding texts became a last resort. The logic was straightforward. If all copies in circulation would be found and destroyed, then survival required removing some copies from circulation. Burial in a dry location, sealed in containers to protect against moisture and decay, might preserve texts for decades or centuries until political conditions changed. This strategy had a precedent. The Dead Sea Scrolls, hidden by the Essenes around the time of the first Jewish revolt against Rome in 6673 AD, represented a similar choice. Facing Roman destruction, the community hid their library in caves near the Dead Sea. The scrolls remained there for 2,000 years, preserved by the extremely dry climate. The success of this strategy depended on several factors. First, the hiding place needed to be secure yet findable. Too obvious, and authorities would discover it. Too hidden, and future generations would never recover it. The location needed to be memorable enough that the community could relocate it when safe, yet secret enough to survive immediate searches. Second, the climate mattered enormously. In humid regions, papyrus and even vellum would decay within decades. Only in extremely dry environments, the deserts of Egypt, the caves near the Dead Sea, could organic materials survive for centuries. Communities in Europe or other humid regions who tried this strategy saw their hidden texts rot away, leaving no trace. Third, someone needed to survive to pass on the knowledge of the hiding place. If an entire community was wiped out, the location died with them. This happened repeatedly. Archaeological discoveries of ancient texts often represent failed preservation. Communities that hid their books but were destroyed before they could retrieve them or pass on the information. The Nag Hammadi burial exemplifies successful hiding but failed retrieval. Someone buried the codices carefully, in a location that proved ideal for preservation. But whoever did this never returned to retrieve them, or if they returned, could not find them again. For 16 centuries the texts remained hidden, their location forgotten, until chance discovery brought them back to light. Other deliberate hidings are known from historical references, but have never been found. Ancient sources mention texts being hidden in specific locations, sealed in walls, buried under floors, concealed in secret chambers. Archaeological excavations occasionally discover these caches, but more often the references remain tantalizing mysteries. How many hidden libraries still exist, buried and forgotten, waiting for discovery or slowly decaying beyond recovery? The decision to hide texts rather than destroy them represented hope, belief that the future might be more tolerant, that conditions might change, that what was forbidden today might be studied freely tomorrow. It was an act of faith that knowledge had value transcending immediate political circumstances. Sometimes that faith was rewarded, as when hidden texts were rediscovered centuries later. Often it was not, and the carefully hidden texts decayed unread, their secrets lost. Beyond Rome's reach, other cultures preserved texts that Christianity was destroying. The Persian Empire, Rome's rival to the east, maintained different intellectual traditions. When philosophical schools were closed in the Roman Empire, philosophers sometimes fled to Persia, bringing texts with them. The most famous example occurred in 529, when the Emperor Justinian closed the philosophical schools in Athens. Damasius, the last head of the Platonic Academy, led a group of philosophers to the Persian court seeking the religious tolerance reportedly available there. They brought books with them, texts they could no longer safely possess in the Roman world. The philosophers were ultimately disappointed with Persian intellectual culture and returned to Roman territory negotiating safe passage. But the texts they brought did not all return with them. Some remained in Persia, entering libraries where they would be preserved and eventually translated into Arabic. The rise of Islam in the 7th century created a new context for preserving ancient knowledge. Islamic civilization valued learning, and Muslim scholars sought out texts from earlier traditions. In the 8th and 9th centuries, the Abbasid Caliphate sponsored a massive translation movement rendering Greek philosophical and scientific texts into Arabic. The House of Wisdom in Baghdad, established in the early 9th century, became a centre for this translation work. Scholars sought Greek manuscripts, often purchasing them from Byzantine sources or finding them in former Byzantine territories conquered by Islam. They translated Aristotle, Plato, Galen, Ptolemy, Euclid, and many others. They preserved not just the texts but the intellectual traditions, studying and building upon ancient knowledge. This Islamic preservation was selective. Texts valued for their philosophical or scientific content were prioritized. Greek drama, poetry, and history received less attention. Christian theological texts, unless they addressed questions of philosophical interest, were generally not translated. But the categories Islam valued overlapped significantly with texts Christianity was suppressing, particularly philosophy and science that contradicted or competed with Christian doctrine. The result was that texts being lost in Christian Europe survived in Arabic translation. Aristotle's works, marginalized in the early medieval West, were studied intensively in the Islamic world. When European scholars in the 12th and 13th centuries wanted to recover Aristotle, they often translated him from Arabic back into Latin, because the Greek originals were unavailable or unknown in Europe. This created a complex geography of knowledge. Byzantine libraries preserved Greek texts in their original language, but had lost many works due to their own conflicts and disasters. Islamic libraries preserved texts in Arabic translation, often with commentaries by Muslim scholars. Western European libraries had Latin texts, mostly Christian, with limited access to Greek learning. To reconstruct the full corpus of ancient knowledge required combining sources from all three regions. The role of Arabic-speaking Christians in this preservation was significant. Many translators working in the Islamic world were Christians who knew both Greek and Arabic. They served as bridges between cultures, rendering ancient texts into Arabic, and sometimes later translating them into Latin, when contact between Islamic and Christian worlds increased. Jewish scholars played similar roles. Living in both Islamic and Christian territories, often multilingual, they could facilitate knowledge transfer. Some Hebrew translations of Greek philosophical texts made in the Islamic world later served as sources for Latin translations in Christian Europe. Knowledge moved through complex chains of translation, preservation, and retransmission. This multicultural preservation meant that Rome's attempt to suppress texts could only partially succeed. Texts destroyed in territories under Christian control might survive elsewhere. When political and intellectual conditions changed, these texts could return, sometimes transformed by their journey through other cultural contexts. The climate of Egypt is unique in its ability to preserve organic materials. The extreme dryness means that papyrus, which would decay within decades in humid environments, can survive for millennia. This accident of geography has made Egypt the primary source of recovered ancient texts. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Archaeological excavations and accidental discoveries in Egypt produced papyrus fragments by the thousands. Some were literary, portions of Homer, Euripides, lost plays, philosophical texts. Others were documentary, contracts, letters, receipts, tax records. Together, they provided a window into ancient life and literature that would otherwise be completely lost. Among these discoveries were texts Rome had tried to eliminate, fragments of Gnostic gospels, portions of Hermetic treatises, scraps of philosophical works known only by reputation. Each discovery revealed how much had been lost, and occasionally provided dramatic recovery of specific texts. The most significant discovery was accidental. In 1945, near the town of Nag Hammadi in Upper Egypt, farmers digging for fertilizer struck a sealed jar. When broken open, it contained 13 leather-bound codices, books, not scrolls, filled with Coptic text. The farmers, not understanding the value, divided the books among themselves. One codex was burned as fuel, others were damaged or partially destroyed, but scholars eventually learned of the discovery and began acquiring the codices. What they found astonished them: a complete Gnostic library containing texts that had been lost for 16 centuries. The Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Philip, the Apocryphon of John, the Gospel of Truth, texts known only by name or through hostile description, now available in full. The discovery revolutionized understanding of early Christianity. Before Nag Hammadi, Gnosticism was known primarily through the Church Fathers who condemned it. The text revealed a sophisticated religious movement with developed theology, mystical practices, and alternative interpretations of Jesus' teaching. They showed that early Christianity was far more diverse than later orthodoxy suggested. The codices also provided physical evidence of book production in late antiquity. The bindings were sophisticated, with leather covers and protective flaps. The pages were numbered. The texts were professionally copied, with minimal errors. This was not a hasty preservation effort, but a carefully produced library. Dating and context suggested the codices were buried around 37 AD, when Athanasius' Easter letter condemned heretical texts. Someone, a monk, a community, a network, chose to hide these books rather than surrender them for destruction. They succeeded in preserving them, but failed to retrieve them, perhaps dying or dispersing before they could return. The Nag Hammadi discovery proved that texts could survive burial if conditions were right. It also demonstrated how much might still be hidden. Egypt's deserts potentially contain other buried libraries, other sealed jars, other caches of texts waiting for accidental discovery. In Eb 47, Bedouin shepherds searching for a lost goat near the Dead Sea entered a cave and found ceramic jars containing ancient scrolls. This discovery led to a decade of exploration, revealing scrolls and fragments in 11 caves in the region. The texts, known collectively as the Dead Sea Scrolls, dated from the 3rd century BC to the 1st century AD. Most scrolls were biblical texts, portions of almost every book of the Hebrew Bible, providing manuscripts 1,000 years older than previously known copies. But the collection also included texts specific to the community that had hidden them, likely the Essenes, a Jewish sect that withdrew to the desert. These community texts revealed a group with strict purity laws, apocalyptic expectations, and alternative interpretations of Jewish law. They had their own scriptures, not included in later Jewish canon, the community rule, the war scroll, the Thanksgiving hymns. They believed the Jerusalem temple had been corrupted and that they were the true remnant faithful to God's covenant. The Romans destroyed this community during the First Jewish Revolt, 66 to 73 AD. Before the community's end, they hid their library in caves, perhaps hoping to return, perhaps ensuring that their texts would survive even if they did not. The extremely dry climate and the cave's remote location preserved the scrolls, though in fragmentary condition due to age and handling. The scroll's significance extends beyond Jewish history. They provide context for understanding early Christianity, which emerged in the same period and region. Some scrolls contain ideas, messianic expectation, communal living, ritual purification, that parallel early Christian practices. The texts show the diversity of Second Temple Judaism, revealing that the Judaism of Jesus' time was not monolithic but included various sects with different beliefs and practices. Like Nag Hammadi, the Dead Sea Scrolls represent successful hiding but failed retrieval. The community that preserved these texts did not survive to recover them. The scrolls waited nearly 2,000 years until Bedouin shepherds stumbled upon them. Both discoveries share another feature: controversy over access and interpretation. In both cases, scholars initially restricted access to the texts, with small teams controlling publication. This created frustration in the wider scholarly community and led to accusations of suppression, with some suggesting that texts were being withheld because they challenged religious orthodoxy. Eventually, pressure forced fuller publication. Both the Nag Hammadi codices and the Dead Sea Scrolls are now substantially available to scholars and in translation to general readers. But the initial restricted access reflected ongoing tensions about controversial texts. Even in the modern period, discoveries of ancient texts that challenge established religious narratives provoke efforts to control access and interpretation. Beginning in 1896, archaeologists excavating an ancient garbage dump near Oxyrhynchus, Egypt, discovered hundreds of thousands of papyrus fragments. The dry conditions had preserved them, creating a massive archive of texts from the 1st through 7th centuries AD. Most fragments were mundane, receipts, letters, administrative documents, but among them were literary treasures, portions of jotted Greek plays, fragments of historians whose works had disappeared, sayings attributed to Jesus not found in canonical Gospels, philosophical texts surviving nowhere else. The Oxyrhynchus finds include the earliest known fragment of the Gospel of Thomas, dating to about 200 AD, centuries before the complete Coptic version found at Nag Hammadi. Other Gospel fragments were discovered, some matching canonical Gospels, others containing sayings and stories not in the New Testament. The significance of Oxyrhynchus is cumulative. No single fragment rivals the impact of Nag Hammadi or the Dead Sea Scrolls, but collectively the tens of thousands of fragments provide unparalleled insight into daily life, religious practice, and literary culture in Roman Egypt. They reveal which texts were read, copied, and valued in a provincial Egyptian town far from the centres of imperial power. The finds also demonstrate text survival through garbage. These papyri were not hidden for preservation, but discarded when worn out, superseded, or no longer needed. They survive not through intention but through accident, the dry climate preserving what would normally decay. Archaeologists recognizing value in what ancient residents threw away. This suggests a sobering reality. The texts we have are survivors of multiple filters. First, they had to be valued enough to copy. Second, they had to survive the various destructions, natural decay, political suppression, accidental loss. Third, they had to be found and recognized as valuable. Each filter eliminated the vast majority of texts. What remains is a tiny, non-representative sample of ancient literature. Modern imaging technology has enabled recovery of erased texts beneath later writing in palimpsests. Multispectral imaging, using different wavelengths of light, can distinguish between the scraped-off underlayer text and the overlying text, making it possible to read what was thought permanently lost. The Archimedes palimpsest mentioned earlier is the most famous example, but dozens of other palimpsests have yielded recovered texts. A palimpsest in St. Catherine's Monastery, Sinai, revealed an early Syriac Gospel manuscript beneath an 8th century text. Other palimpsests have produced fragments of classical authors, early Christian writings, and scanned historical documents. Each recovery is painstaking. The imaging must be done carefully to avoid damaging the manuscript. The images must be processed to enhance contrast between layers. The text must be transcribed, often from fragmentary and difficult-to-read images. The work requires linguistic expertise, since the underlayer is often in poor condition, with letters partially erased or obscured. But the results can be spectacular. Texts known only by reputation or through brief quotations suddenly become available in full or in substantial portions. Historical events documented nowhere else come to light. Theological controversies, scientific observations, philosophical arguments, all preserved accidentally beneath later texts. The existence of palimpsests reveals the casual nature of much text destruction. The monks who scraped off Archimedes to write prayers were not engaged in ideological suppression. They simply needed vellum and had a text they did not value. But the cumulative effect of such decisions was the loss of significant portions of ancient learning. Modern technology cannot recover all palimpsests. Some were scraped too thoroughly, some have deteriorated too much, some are in collections that lack resources for expensive imaging, but the successes demonstrate that more ancient texts survive than was previously believed, hidden beneath later writing, waiting for technology and scholarship to reveal them. The recovered texts, Nag Hammadi, Dead Sea Scrolls, Oxyrhynchus papyri, palimpsest recoveries, represent only what has been found. How much remains undiscovered? In Egypt's deserts, buried texts likely still exist. The Nag Hammadi discovery was accidental. Systematic archaeological survey of similar locations might reveal other caches. But the areas are vast, resources limited, and political conditions in the region often make sustained archaeological work difficult. In monastery and cathedral libraries across Europe and the Middle East, uncatalogued manuscripts may contain significant finds. Many medieval libraries have not been fully inventoried. Manuscripts classified as liturgical texts or commonplace writings might contain palimpsests with recovered underlayers, or marginal annotations revealing lost knowledge, or copies of texts thought lost. Private collections present another possibility. Wealthy collectors have acquired manuscripts over centuries, sometimes without scholarly examination. Occasionally, a collector's death or financial difficulties lead to a collection being examined professionally, revealing unexpected treasures. The sea floor holds sunken ships carrying cargoes that sometimes included books. Marine archaeology has recovered inscribed materials from ancient wrecks, though organic materials like papyrus rarely survive saltwater immersion. But codices in sealed containers might be protected, and future discoveries could yield preserved texts. Climate change, ironically, might lead to discoveries. As glaciers melt, ice-preserved sites become accessible. As desertification spreads in some regions, buried sites emerge. As sea levels rise, coastal archaeological sites face destruction but also exposure. The churning caused by environmental change may bring hidden texts to light before they are destroyed. The question is not whether more ancient texts exist undiscovered, but how many and whether they will be found in time. Every text waiting to be discovered faces ongoing threats: decay, disturbance, looting, war, development destroying archaeological sites. The race is between discovery and final loss. The reign of Charlemagne, 768-214 AD, marked a turning point for learning in Western Europe. Crowned emperor by the Pope in 800, Charlemagne sought to revive classical culture as part of building a new Christian empire. He invited scholars to his court, established schools, and promoted the copying of manuscripts. The Carolingian Renaissance, as this period is called, saved many texts from oblivion. Monasteries across Charlemagne's empire engaged in systematic copying. Texts that survived in single manuscripts were reproduced, creating multiple copies and reducing the risk of total loss. New scriptoria were established. New libraries were founded. but the Carolingian recovery was selective. The emphasis was on texts useful for Christian education and administration. Latin grammar, rhetoric, biblical commentary, writings of approved church fathers. Classical literature was copied if it served pedagogical purposes. Virgil for learning Latin style, Cicero for rhetoric. Pagan philosophy was preserved mainly in excerpts useful for teaching logic. Heretical texts were not recovered. The Carolingian scholars were Orthodox Christians working under direct imperial and ecclesiastical patronage. They would not have copied Gnostic Gospels or Manichaean treatises even if they had access to them, which they likely did not. The recovery effort reinforced the selection bias from late antiquity, preserving texts the Church valued while allowing others to remain lost. The physical format of books changed during this period. The Carolingians developed Caroline Minuscule, a clear, readable script that replaced the various difficult-to-read scripts used earlier. This improved legibility and made copying faster, but it also meant that texts in older scripts needed to be transliterated. Texts not judged worth the effort of transliteration could be abandoned, their old scripts becoming unreadable as scribes lost training in them. Nevertheless, the Carolingian period was crucial for transmission. Many classical texts survive today only in manuscripts produced during the Carolingian Renaissance, or copied from Carolingian exemplars. Without this concerted copying effort, the medieval loss of texts would have been even more severe. In the 11th and 12th centuries, Christian Europe began recovering texts that had been lost in the West but preserved in Arabic translation. This recovery occurred primarily in Spain and Sicily, where Christian and Islamic cultures intersected. Spain had been under Islamic rule since the 8th century. By the 11th century, Christian kingdoms were gradually reconquering territory, a process called the Reconquista. As Christians took cities like Toledo, 1085, they discovered libraries containing Arabic texts, including translations of Greek philosophical and scientific works that were no longer available in Latin. European scholars travelled to Spain specifically to access these texts. They learned Arabic or worked with translators, rendering the texts into Latin. Gerard of Cremona, 1114–1187, alone translated over 70 works from Arabic to Latin, including Ptolemy's Almagest, much of Aristotle, medical works by Galen and Al-Razi, and mathematical treatises. This translation movement transformed European thought. Aristotle, known in the early Middle Ages only through fragments, became available in full. His complete works on logic, natural philosophy, metaphysics, ethics, and politics entered European universities, revolutionizing curricula. Medieval scholars had to grapple with a comprehensive philosophical system that addressed every aspect of reality, often reaching conclusions different from Christian teaching. The impact was profound and controversial. Aristotle taught that the world was eternal, not create. He made no mention of personal immortality. His God was an impersonal, unmoved mover, not the personal deity of Christianity. Initially, some church authorities wanted to ban Aristotle's works, particularly his natural philosophy and metaphysics. Paris, the leading university, prohibited teaching certain Aristotelian texts in the early 13th century. But prohibition failed. Aristotle was too comprehensive, too systematic, too valuable for education to suppress. Instead, Christian scholars worked to reconcile Aristotle with Christianity. Thomas Aquinas, 1225–1274, devoted his career to this project, producing commentaries on Aristotle and a theological synthesis that incorporated Aristotelian philosophy within Christian doctrine. The Arabic route of transmission also brought Islamic commentaries on Greek texts. Averroes, Ibn Rushd, and Avicenna, Ibn Sina, major Islamic philosophers, had written extensive commentaries on Aristotle. These commentaries were translated alongside Aristotle's works, influencing how European scholars understood the Greek philosopher. Medieval Christian scholars often read Aristotle through the lens of Islamic interpretation. Sicily played a similar role. Under Norman rule in the 11th and 12th centuries, the island was multicultural, with Greek, Arabic, and Latin speakers. Scholars translated Greek and Arabic texts into Latin, transferring knowledge between traditions. Some Greek texts reached Western Europe through Sicily rather than through Arabic translation, providing direct access to the original language. This knowledge transfer revealed how much had been lost in the West. Texts that had been available in Latin in late antiquity, then lost during the medieval period, returned via Arabic. The journey illustrated the fragility of preservation. Texts survived not in their origin language, but because another culture valued and maintained them. Europe recovered its own intellectual heritage through mediation by a civilization that was simultaneously its religious and political rival. In 1460, a Greek manuscript reached Florence, brought by a monk from Macedonia. It contained a collection of texts attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, a figure medieval scholars believed to be an ancient Egyptian sage contemporary with Moses. Cosmo de' Medici, the city's ruler and a patron of learning, immediately recognized the manuscript's potential significance. Cosimo commissioned Marsilio Ficino, a young scholar and translator, to translate the manuscript before even completing his ongoing work on Plato. Ficino translated the text from Greek into Latin, publishing them in 1471 as the Corpus Hermeticum. The work created an intellectual sensation. Renaissance scholars believed they had recovered ancient Egyptian wisdom, predating Christianity but somehow prefiguring it. The Hermetic text taught that God was one, that humans could know God through contemplation, that the cosmos was divine. These ideas seemed compatible with Christianity while offering an alternative philosophical foundation rooted in ancient Egyptian authority. The Hermetica influenced Renaissance thought in multiple ways. Philosophers found in them support for Neoplatonic mysticism. Natural philosophers saw justification for studying nature as revelation of divine wisdom. The texts encouraged alchemy, astrology, and magic as legitimate forms of natural knowledge. Artists and writers drew on Hermetic symbolism and concepts. The impact extended into the scientific revolution. Early modern scientists seeking to understand nature's laws were often influenced by Hermetic ideas that the cosmos was ordered, intelligible and infused with divine intelligence. The goal of revealing nature's secrets, central to early science, had roots in Hermetic teaching about uncovering hidden knowledge. In 1614, Isaac Casaubon demonstrated through philological analysis that the Hermetic texts were not ancient Egyptian, but dated from the early Christian centuries. This undermined their claimed authority, but their influence persisted. The ideas themselves remained compelling even if their attributed authorship was false. The Hermetic revival illustrates how recovered texts could reshape thought. These texts had been condemned and largely destroyed in late antiquity. They survived in fragments and in Arabic translation. When they returned to Europe, they were received as ancient wisdom, invested with authority that magnified their impact. Ideas. Rome had tried to eliminate, return to influence Renaissance and early modern culture, shaping philosophy, science, and art. The invention of movable type printing in Europe, pioneered by Johannes Gutenberg around 1440, fundamentally changed the dynamics of preservation and censorship. Before printing, book production was slow, expensive, and manual. A single copy took weeks or months to produce. Destroying books was relatively easy. Find and burn the limited number of copies. Printing enabled rapid, cheap reproduction. Once set, type could print hundreds of copies in the time it took a scribe to copy one. The economics of book production shifted dramatically. Books became cheaper, more widely distributed, accessible to a broader audience. Controlling text became correspondingly more difficult. The first printed books were primarily religious: Bibles, prayer books, theological works. But printers quickly recognized a market for classical texts. Editions of ancient authors, Plato, Aristotle, Cicero, Virgil, were printed and sold across Europe. This dissemination created multiple copies in multiple locations, making it nearly impossible to eliminate a text completely. The printing press also enabled printing of controversial texts. Protestant reformers used printing to spread their ideas, publishing pamphlets, translations of the Bible, and critiques of Catholic teaching. The Catholic Church responded with the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, a list of forbidden books, first published in 1559. But enforcement was difficult. Banned books could be printed in one jurisdiction and smuggled into another. The decentralized nature of printing meant no authority could completely control what was produced. Some newly recovered ancient texts were controversial when printed. When the Corpus Hermeticum was printed, church authorities were ambivalent. The text seemed to support Christianity but also promoted magic. When Greek New Testament manuscripts were printed, revealing variant readings different from the Latin Vulgate, it sparked debates about scriptural authority. When ancient philosophical texts were widely printed, they circulated arguments against Christian doctrine that had previously been known only to scholars. The cumulative effect was that texts, once printed, were essentially impossible to eliminate. Even vigorous censorship could only reduce circulation, not achieve total suppression. Ideas that authorities wanted to suppress could survive in printed form, copied and distributed faster than they could be confiscated. This transformed the war against dangerous ideas. Rome had nearly succeeded in eliminating Gnostic texts, using the slow reproduction and centralized control of manuscript culture. But in the age of printing, such comprehensive suppression became impossible. The technology of information reproduction had shifted decisively in favor of preservation over control. As ancient texts were recovered, printed and studied, scholars developed increasingly sophisticated methods for analyzing them. Philology, the study of language and historical sources, became a discipline. Scholars compared manuscripts, noting differences, attempting to reconstruct original versions from corrupt copies. They analyzed language, identifying acronyms and establishing dates of composition. They studied historical context, understanding texts in relation to the cultures that produced them. This philological approach transformed understanding of ancient texts. The Bible itself came under scrutiny. Scholars compared Hebrew and Greek manuscripts, noting variations. They studied the languages of the ancient Near East, gaining tools for interpreting biblical texts in their original contexts. This approach was controversial, seen by some as undermining scriptural authority, but it produced more accurate texts and deeper understanding. Ancient Christian texts received similar treatment. When manuscripts of the Church Fathers were edited and published, editors noted textual variants, corruptions introduced by centuries of copying, interpolations made by later scribes. The goal was recovering what authors actually wrote, not what later tradition claimed they wrote. This approach inevitably revealed how much texts had been edited, modified and adapted over centuries. The process of transmission was not neutral preservation, but active reshaping. Later copyists had changed texts to conform to their theological views, to remove perceived errors, to update language and concepts. Recovering original versions meant stripping away these layers of modification. Applied to recovered texts, philological methods established their dates, origins, and relationships. When the Nag Hammadi texts were discovered, scholars used philological analysis to date them, identify their theological traditions, and understand their place in early Christian diversity. Similar methods applied to the Dead Sea Scrolls established their connection to the Essenes and their historical context. Philology also exposed forgeries. Texts attributed to ancient authorities were revealed, as later compositions falsely attributed to gain authority. The donation of Constantine, a document supposedly giving the Pope temporal power over Western Europe, was exposed as an 8th century forgery. The pseudo-Dionysian writings, attributed to a convert of St. Paul, but actually from the 5th or 6th century, were correctly dated. This revolution in textual criticism created new knowledge about the past, but also undermined certain traditional claims. If the Bible's text had variants and had been edited over time, was it still inerrant? If Church Fathers' texts had been modified by later scribes, could they still be trusted as authoritative? If texts attributed to apostles were actually written centuries later, did they retain their authority? These questions created conflict between scholarship and religious authority. Some church authorities resisted philological methods, seeing them as threats to faith. Others embraced them, arguing that accurate texts and historical understanding strengthened rather than undermined religion. The debate continues, but the methods established in the Renaissance and early modern period remain fundamental to how ancient texts are studied. The establishment of national and university libraries open to scholars created new infrastructure for preserving and accessing texts. The Vatican Library, founded in the 15th century, eventually opened to qualified scholars. The Bodleian Library at Oxford, the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris, the British Library in London. Major repositories were created or expanded, gathering manuscripts from monastic libraries, private collections, and archaeological discoveries. These institutions had preservation as a primary mission. Manuscripts were catalogued, stored in controlled conditions, repaired when damaged. Conservation became a specialized skill, with experts developing methods for stabilizing decaying parchment, rebinding broken codices, protecting fragile papyri. Cataloging revealed holdings. Monasteries might have owned manuscripts for centuries without fully knowing what they possessed. Professional cataloguers examined collections systematically, identifying texts, recording conditions, making holdings known to scholars. This process regularly discovered significant manuscripts that had been forgotten or misidentified. Access transformed scholarship. Before open libraries, scholars needing a particular manuscript might have to travel to wherever it was held, seek permission from owners, and work under restricted conditions. With research libraries, scholars could consult multiple manuscripts, compare versions, and work systematically. This enabled the detailed textual studies that characterized modern philology. Digitization, beginning in the late 20th century, further democratized access. Manuscripts once available only to scholars who could visit specific libraries became accessible online to anyone with internet access. High-resolution images allowed detailed study without risking damage to fragile originals. Searchable databases enabled finding specific texts or passages across thousands of manuscripts. This accessibility has accelerated discovery. Scholars can now compare manuscripts held in different continents, identifying relationships that would have required years of travel to establish. Amateur scholars can contribute, examining digital images and occasionally making significant finds. The pace of textual discovery and analysis has increased dramatically, but challenges remain. Many manuscripts are still uncatalogued or poorly catalogued. Digitization is expensive and ongoing. Political instability in regions with significant manuscript collections endangers texts. Wars, revolutions, and neglect continue to threaten preservation. The opening of libraries represents progress, but the work of preserving and making accessible the world's manuscript heritage is far from complete. When a text survives only in fragments or quotations, scholars attempt reconstruction. This painstaking work combines linguistic analysis, historical knowledge, and informed speculation to restore what was lost. The process begins with gathering all surviving traces. For a lost Gnostic gospel, this might include quotations in Church Fathers' refutations mentions in heretical catalogues, brief excerpts in anthologies, possible allusions in surviving texts. Each fragment is carefully evaluated for authenticity and accuracy. Did the church father quote accurately, or did he paraphrase or distort? Is the attributed text genuine, or is it a conflation of multiple sources? Next, scholars analyse the fragments for patterns. What themes appear repeatedly? What theological positions are represented? What literary forms, sayings, narrative, dialogue does the text use? These patterns suggest the text's general character and help distinguish what likely belonged to the original from what commentators added. Context provides additional clues. If historical sources mention that a text was used by a particular community or school, examining that community's other texts may suggest what the lost text contained. If a text is quoted in multiple sources from different perspectives, comparing the quotations may reveal biases and distortions. Finally, scholars attempt tentative reconstructions. These are acknowledged as speculative, presented with appropriate caution. But even a partial, uncertain reconstruction is valuable, providing a basis for understanding a lost tradition and testing hypotheses about early Christian diversity. An example: the Gospel of the Hebrews is mentioned by multiple early Christian writers. Jerome claims to have translated it. Church fathers quote brief passages. From these fragments, scholars have reconstructed a text that appears to have been used by Jewish Christians, presenting Jesus in ways that emphasized his Jewish context. The complete text is lost, but enough survives to understand its general character and theological perspective. Such reconstructions have limits. They cannot recover the text's exact words, its full argument, its literary qualities. But they preserve some knowledge where otherwise there would be complete ignorance. They allow modern scholarship to engage, however partially, with traditions that censorship tried to eliminate. The work reveals how much is permanently lost. For every text partially reconstructed, dozens left no trace beyond a name in a list. For every tradition somewhat understood through fragments, others vanished completely. The reconstructions are valuable precisely because they mark the boundary between what can be recovered and what is lost forever. Ironically, texts survived through the writings of those who sought to destroy them: Irenaeus, Epiphanius, Tertullian, and Athanasius quoted heretical texts to refute them. While they burned originals, their quotations preserve portions. This preservation was unintentional and partial. The heresiologists selected quotations that served their polemical purposes, emphasizing elements that seemed most obviously wrong or absurd. They summarized doctrines from their hostile perspective. They sometimes distorted or exaggerated. But they also provided genuine information because effective refutation required accurately representing what they opposed. Modern scholars mining these refutations must read carefully, distinguishing accurate quotation from hostile interpretation. When Irenaeus describes a Gnostic cosmology, is he faithfully reporting what Gnostics taught, or is he creating a caricature? When he quotes a text, is it verbatim, or has he edited it? These questions require constant attention. Despite limitations, these hostile witnesses are often our only sources. The Gospel of Judas was known primarily through Irenaeus' brief mention until a Coptic manuscript was discovered in the 1970s. The teachings of Valentinus are known mainly through summaries by Irenaeus and quotes in other church fathers. The arguments of Celsus against Christianity survive only in Origen's refutation. This creates a distorted historical record. We know heresies through the eyes of those who hated them. We cannot hear heretics speak for themselves except through hostile filters. It is as if we tried to understand an opposition political party only through attack ads from their enemies. We would get some information, but heavily biased. The Nag Hammadi discovery illustrated this dramatically. When scholars could finally read Gnostic texts directly, they found that Church Fathers' descriptions were partly accurate but also partial and distorted. Gnostic theology was more sophisticated, less bizarre, more spiritually serious than the refutations suggested. The hostile summaries had captured something of Gnosticism, but had missed its appeal, its internal logic, its genuine religiosity. This raises questions about what we still do not know. How many other movements were similarly distorted in our sources? How much complexity, nuance, and genuine insight was lost when we retained only hostile description? The unintended preservations are valuable, but they remind us constantly of their limitations. Ancient catalogues of forbidden books preserve names of texts that no longer exist. These names are tantalizing, suggesting what was lost. The Gospel of Eve, mentioned by Epiphanius as used by Gnostics, teaching about feminine aspects of divinity. No text survives. We know it existed and roughly what it taught, but the actual work is gone. The Gospel of the 12 attributes collectively to Jesus' apostles. References suggest it presented teachings through multiple apostolic voices. Lost. The Gospel of the Egyptians, the original version, different from the Gnostic text found at Nag Hammadi that shares the name, described as used by Egyptian Christians. Lost. The Acts of Pilate, a text claiming to provide Pilate's account of Jesus' trial and crucifixion. Various texts later claim this title, but the original appears lost. Numerous Gnostic revelatory texts, the Revelation of Nicotheos, the Book of the Foreigner, dialogues between Jesus and various disciples, all lost except for brief mentions. Hermetic texts. Most of the Hermetic literature mentioned in ancient sources has disappeared. We have the Corpus Hermeticum and Asclepius from the Philosophical Hermetica, fragments of others, but most of the magical and technical Hermetica are lost. Manichaean scriptures. Mani wrote 7 works considered foundational texts. Portions survive in quotations and in manuscripts discovered in the 20th century in Central Asia and Egypt, but most are lost. Philosophical works. Porphyries against the Christians. 15 books systematically refuting Christianity. Libanius's orations defending paganism. Treatises by Neoplatonists executed for their beliefs. All lost. Medical and scientific works. Galen's treatises that didn't survive. Ptolemy's works beyond what we have. Countless technical manuals on subjects from agriculture to architecture. Mostly lost. These names mark absences. Each represents a text that existed, that people read and valued, that authorities feared enough to ban. Each is whole in our knowledge, a question we cannot answer, a voice silenced. Sometimes titles are all we have, but no quotations, no descriptions, just a name in a list. Other times we have a brief description, enough to tantalize but not satisfy. Occasionally we have a longer quotation, a few paragraphs giving a taste of what was lost. The cumulative effect is a feeling of intellectual vertigo. Our knowledge of antiquity rests on a tiny fraction of what existed. For every text we have, dozens are known only by name, hundreds are completely forgotten. The ancient world was far more intellectually rich, diverse, and complex than the surviving sources suggest. We study the remnants and try to imagine the whole, knowing that vast territories of ancient thought are lost beyond recovery. From fragments, quotations, and surviving texts, scholars have reconstructed some of what Rome tried to eliminate. These reconstructions are partial but valuable, showing alternative ways of thinking about religion, philosophy, and existence. Gnostic Christianity, understood through Nag Hammadi and other sources, emphasized direct spiritual experience over institutional authority. It taught that humans contained a divine spark, that salvation came through recognizing this inner divinity, that the material world was a trap from which souls needed escape. This was a deeply mystical interior form of Christianity, quite different from the hierarchical, doctrine-focused Christianity that became orthodox. Manichaean cosmology presented a radical dualism, light and darkness, spirit and matter, locked in cosmic struggle. History was the process of light fragments trapped in matter, gradually being freed and returned to the light realm. Humans participated in this cosmic drama through their ethical and ascetic choices. This worldview provided clear explanations for evil and suffering, while demanding rigorous moral discipline. Hermetic philosophy taught that the cosmos was divine, that studying nature was studying God, that humans could ascend spiritually through knowledge of divine realities. It combined Egyptian, Greek, and Middle Eastern elements into a synthetic wisdom tradition, emphasizing transformation of consciousness through learning and spiritual practice. Neoplatonism, particularly in its later forms that Christianity suppressed, offered a sophisticated metaphysics of divine emanation, soul descent into matter, and return through philosophical contemplation and theurgic ritual. It provided a non-Christian framework for understanding transcendence, one that influenced Islamic and Jewish philosophy even as Christian Europe marginalized it. These reconstructed worldviews reveal possibilities early Christianity rejected. What if Gnostic Christianity had become dominant? A church emphasizing mystical experience, skeptical of material creation and focused on inner knowledge, rather than doctrinal conformity, would have developed very differently from historical Christianity. What if Manichaean Christianity had prevailed? A rigorously ascetic, dualistic Christianity might have rejected the material world more completely, possibly undermining the development of Western science and technology rooted in assumptions that the material world was good and knowable. Historians cannot know how these alternatives would have developed, but they can recognize that the Christianity that survived was not the only possibility, not necessarily the most truthful or valuable, just the one that gained political power and used it to eliminate competition. The texts Rome tried to destroy represented genuine religious and philosophical insights, alternative ways of understanding divinity and human existence. Their suppression narrowed the range of possibilities explored in Western thought. The attempt to destroy texts contained an inherent paradox. To effectively refute a position, one must understand it, which requires preserving some knowledge of it. The Church Fathers who wrote against heresies had to read heretical texts, summarize their teachings, quote their arguments. In doing so, they unintentionally preserved portions of what they sought to eliminate. This paradox extends further. By declaring certain texts dangerous, authorities made them attractive to those curious about forbidden knowledge. The forbidden gains allure. Censorship creates mystique. Some copies of banned texts survived precisely because people wanted to read what was prohibited. The burning of books creates a historical record. When authorities publicly burned heretical texts, they documented which texts existed and were considered threatening. These records, intended to demonstrate effective suppression, now inform scholars about what was lost. Edicts listing banned books, catalogues of heresies, records of book confiscations, all intended to support censorship, now serve as guides to lost literature. The suppression of alternative Christianity strengthened them in certain ways. Persecution created martyrs. When Gnostic teachers were executed, their followers remembered them as victims of unjust authority, validating their teaching that the material world's rulers were ignorant and evil. When texts were hunted and destroyed, possessing them became an act of religious devotion, proof of commitment to truth despite danger. The attempt to create religious uniformity highlighted difference. By obsessively cataloguing heresies, distinguishing subtle variations in doctrine, defining precisely what was unacceptable, the Church drew attention to diversity it sought to erase. Believers who might not have noticed theological differences became aware of them through denunciations. The effort to suppress alternatives advertised their existence. Finally, the destruction was never complete. Rome could burn books in territories it controlled, but texts preserved elsewhere survived. The empire could enforce orthodoxy within its borders, but movements that fled beyond imperial reach endured. Manichaeism, suppressed in Rome, thrived for centuries in Central Asia. Nestorian Christianity, condemned in the empire, established churches in Persia, India, and China. The empire's attempt at total control failed because the world was larger than Rome. These paradoxes mean that the war against ideas can never be completely won. Destruction leaves traces, suppression creates interest, control breeds resistance. The texts Rome burned survived in fragments, in memories, in the hostile writings of those who opposed them. The ideas Rome tried to eliminate influenced later thought in unexpected ways. The alternatives Rome rejected continued to haunt the orthodoxy that destroyed them, shaping Christian theology through what it defined itself against. The texts that survived, whether directly or through reconstruction, have profoundly influenced modern thought. Gnostic ideas about inner divinity, spiritual knowledge as salvation, and the material world as imprisoning resonate in modern philosophy, psychology, and spirituality. Carl Jung found in Gnosticism psychological insights that informed his theories. The Gnostic concept of the divine spark within became for Jung the self, the inner wholeness individuals seek through integration of consciousness and unconsciousness. The Gnostic myth of the soul's descent into matter and return to the divine became a metaphor for psychological development. Jung saw Gnosticism as expressing psychological truth symbolically, even if not literally. Existentialism drew on themes present in ancient texts as Rome suppressed. The feeling of alienation that humans are thrown into a world not of their making echoes Gnostic emphasis on souls trapped in an alien material realm. The existentialist focus on authentic existence through confronting reality parallels Gnostic emphasis on awakening to true knowledge. The rejection of external authority in favour of personal freedom reflects Gnostic skepticism toward institutional religion. Modern mysticism and New Age spirituality explicitly draw on Gnostic and Hermetic texts. The idea that divinity dwells within, that spiritual truth is accessed through inner experience rather than external authority, that esoteric knowledge transforms consciousness. These themes, suppressed in late antiquity, re-emerged in modern Western spirituality. Books in contemporary metaphysical sections of bookstores often present ideas recognizably descended from Gnostic and Hermetic sources. Literary modernism and postmodernism engaged with Gnostic themes. Borges, Joyce, Pynchon, and others incorporated Gnostic motifs. The hidden truth behind apparent reality, the quest for secret knowledge, the unreliability of received narratives. The Gnostic suspicion that the visible world conceals or distorts deeper truth appealed to authors exploring similar themes about meaning and reality. Liberation theology and feminist theology found resources in suppressed texts. The Gnostic presentation of divine feminine wisdom, Sophia, the elevation of Mary Magdalene in some Gnostic texts, the critique of authoritarian structures, these elements appealed to modern theologians questioning traditional Christian hierarchies and seeking more egalitarian spiritualities. These influences show that the texts Rome tried to destroy contained ideas that, once rediscovered, proved compelling to modern minds. The suppression was successful for centuries, but the ideas survived to re-emerge and shape contemporary thought. What seemed vanquished returned, transformed but recognizable, to influence philosophy, psychology, spirituality, and culture. The Roman attempt to destroy books reveals fundamental truths about power and its fragility. Empires that feel secure in their legitimacy do not obsessively hunt books. It is insecure powers, uncertain of their authority that most fear ideas. Rome's intensifying censorship in late antiquity corresponded with its increasing instability. As the empire faced military threats, economic decline, and internal fragmentation, controlling ideas became more urgent. When physical control weakened, ideological control seemed necessary for survival. The books burned marked the empire's fear that it was losing the battle for minds. The Christian Church's suppression of heresy similarly reveals anxiety beneath claims of certainty. If the Church possessed absolute truth, why fear alternative interpretations? The obsessive cataloguing of heresies, the detailed refutations, the violent suppression, all suggest that Orthodox Christianity felt threatened. The heresies were popular, attractive, difficult to refute. Only by deploying imperial force could they be eliminated. Modern censorship follows similar patterns. Authoritarian regimes ban books not because the books are unimportant, but because they are dangerous. Dangerous precisely because they might convince people, might inspire resistance, might undermine the regime's narrative. Democratic societies generally allow more intellectual freedom, but even they restrict certain expression, revealing through what they ban what they fear. The pattern is universal. Power fears rival narratives. A government claims legitimacy through a particular story about the past, justifications for the present, visions of the future. Books offering different stories threaten that legitimacy. If people believe alternative narratives, they might withdraw consent from the existing order. Therefore, controlling narratives becomes crucial to maintaining power. Rome tried to establish a single narrative, that Roman rule was inevitable and just, that Christianity was the one true faith, that the empire's version of events was accurate. Books threatening any part of this narrative were dangerous because they suggested alternatives were possible. A Gnostic gospel suggesting salvation came through knowledge rather than church mediation threatened ecclesiastical authority. A philosophical text arguing against Christian doctrine threatened the religious unity on which empire depended. Historical accounts presenting Rome's enemies sympathetically threatened the story of Rome's civilizing mission. The war against books was fundamentally a war to control reality itself. Not physical reality, but social reality, the shared understanding of what is true, what is valuable, what is possible. Books create and transmit such understanding. Controlling books means controlling what people can know, think, and imagine. Destroying books eliminates possibilities, narrows the range of conceivable alternatives, makes the existing order seem natural and inevitable. But this control is never complete. Books survive, ideas persist, alternatives emerge. The very intensity of suppression reveals that the threatened power was never as secure as it claimed. If Rome's rule and Christianity's truth were self-evident, no book could threaten them. The need to burn books admitted their power, acknowledged that ideas matter, that arguments can convince, that alternatives exist. The story of books Rome tried to destroy reveals a disturbing truth. Human knowledge is far more fragile than we typically recognize. We imagine knowledge accumulating, each generation building on previous ones, progress being steady. But history shows knowledge is constantly at risk, regularly lost, always contingent on someone choosing to preserve it. Books decay. Papyrus disintegrates in humid climates or burns easily. Vellum lasts longer but requires careful storage. Paper, a later innovation, yellows and becomes brittle. Every physical medium has a limited lifespan. For knowledge to survive, it must be actively maintained, copied before originals decay, stored in appropriate conditions, protected from fire and water and insects. This physical fragility is compounded by social fragility. Books survive only if people value them enough to preserve them. Each generation inherits texts and decides which to maintain. In times of crisis, war, economic collapse, social upheaval, some means, preservation becomes difficult or impossible. Libraries burn, scriptoria close, the knowledge held in books is lost. Political decisions dramatically affect preservation. When authorities decide certain texts are dangerous and should be destroyed, texts can disappear rapidly. We have seen this repeatedly. Rome burning books in antiquity, various regimes conducting book burnings through history, ideological movements purging libraries of unacceptable texts. Even without intentional destruction, shifts in values affect what survives. Texts no longer considered interesting or valuable stop being copied. As the number of copies dwindles, the risk of total loss increases. One fire, one flood, one careless librarian can eliminate the last copy of a text. Then it is gone forever, remembered only through mentions in other works if remembered at all. The bottleneck effect is particularly concerning. There have been historical moments when the number of copies of important texts reduced to very few. If those copies had been destroyed, the text would be lost. Many classical works survive in single medieval manuscripts. Had those manuscripts been damaged or lost, we would not have those texts. Our knowledge of antiquity depends on chains of transmission that were often perilously close to breaking. Modern technology creates illusions of permanence but introduces new fragilities. Digital storage seems secure, but digital formats become obsolete. Files corrupt. Servers fail. The lifespan of digital media is uncertain, possibly shorter than paper. Moreover, digital information can be deleted instantly and completely, leaving no trace. Future historians may find our age more opaque than earlier periods because our records are born digital and may not survive. Climate change threatens preservation. Rising sea levels endanger coastal libraries and archaeological sites. Extreme weather events damage collections. Temperature fluctuations in regions lacking climate control cause deterioration. War and political instability in regions with significant manuscript heritage put irreplaceable texts at risk. The ultimate fragility is human choice. In every generation, someone must choose to fund libraries, train conservators, catalogue manuscripts, digitize collections, support scholarship. These are not inevitable choices. In times of economic stress, preservation is often defunded. When societies change values, what was once treasured can be neglected. The knowledge we have depends on continuous chains of people deciding preservation matters. The books Rome tried to destroy illustrate what happens when preservation fails. Texts that existed, that people valued, that contained insights and arguments, disappeared because no one with the power to preserve them chose to do so. What survives is what someone at every stage worked to save. What is lost represents moments when no one with resources and will chose preservation. This should inspire both humility and urgency. Humility because our knowledge is far more limited and contingent than we typically acknowledge. Urgency because preservation is always ongoing work, never finished, always at risk of failure. The choice to preserve or allow loss repeats in every generation, including ours. What should contemporary readers take from the story of texts Rome tried to destroy? Several lessons emerge. Censorship reveals fear more than danger. When authorities ban books, they admit those books have power. The act of censorship validates the importance of the censored material. Readers should be curious about what authorities fear people reading, asking why those texts threaten power. Lost knowledge represents lost possibilities. Every destroyed text eliminated questions, arguments, and ways of thinking. We cannot know what insights were lost, or what alternatives might have developed if texts survived. This loss limits contemporary thought in ways we cannot fully recognize because we do not know what is missing. Preservation is never neutral. What survives depends on who had power to preserve and what they valued. Our sources reflect the biases, interests, and blind spots of those who chose preservation. understanding the past requires recognizing these biases and seeking alternative voices where possible. Ideas persist despite suppression. Rome burned Gnostic texts, but Gnostic ideas re-emerged in later mysticism, philosophy, and spirituality. Suppression can delay or distort, but rarely eliminates ideas completely. This should encourage resistance to censorship and faith that valuable ideas will find ways to survive. Diversity strengthens preservation. Texts survived because multiple cultures valued them. What one society destroyed, another preserved. Geographic, linguistic, and cultural diversity provided redundancy, ensuring some texts survived somewhere. This argues for maintaining diverse repositories and not concentrating knowledge in single locations or languages. Access matters as much as preservation. Hidden texts are effectively lost. The Nag Hammadi texts existed but were inaccessible for 16 centuries. Modern commitments to open access, digitization, and broad education make preservation more meaningful by making knowledge available to those who can use it. Every generation chooses what to preserve. We inherit texts and must decide which to maintain, fund, and make accessible. These decisions shape what future generations can know. This responsibility should be taken seriously, with awareness that our choices determine what survives of our intellectual heritage. Intellectual freedom is precarious. The ability to read, write, and discuss ideas freely is historically unusual and always threatened. Societies can move toward censorship quickly when authorities feel threatened. Vigilance in defending intellectual freedom is necessary because it is easily lost. Rome's war against books was neither the first nor the last time authorities tried to destroy dangerous ideas. The pattern repeats throughout history, with variations but consistent underlying dynamics. In 213 BC, Chinese Emperor Qin Shi Huang ordered the burning of books and burying of scholars. Confucian texts, historical records, philosophical works, all were targeted. The emperor wanted to erase pre-unification history, making it seem as if Chinese civilization began with his reign. Scholars who opposed this were executed. The destruction was substantial, though some texts survived through memorization and hidden copies. In medieval Europe, books by condemned heretics were regularly burned. When Wycliffe and Hughes challenged church authority, their writings were targeted. The Inquisition burned heretical texts alongside the heretics themselves. The pattern Rome established continued through the Middle Ages, with religious authorities determining which books could exist. The Protestant Reformation saw both sides burning books. Catholics burned Protestant texts. Protestants burned Catholic texts. Religious conflict became textual warfare, with each side trying to eliminate the other's literature. Authorities recognized that controlling minds meant controlling books. The invention of printing made comprehensive censorship more difficult but also more urgent. Authorities compiled indexes of forbidden books, attempting to guide and control reading. The Catholic Index Librorum Prohibitorum, 1559 to 1966, listed thousands of forbidden texts. Protestant authorities maintained similar lists. The goal was protecting believers from dangerous ideas, but the effect was admitting those ideas had power. The Enlightenment saw intense struggles over censorship. Books promoting reason, questioning religion, criticizing monarchy, all were banned and burned. Voltaire, Rousseau, Diderot and others had works condemned. Yet these texts circulated anyway, often printed abroad and smuggled across borders. Ideas of liberty, equality and human rights spread despite official suppression. Modern totalitarian regimes have conducted massive book destructions. Nazi Germany burned books by Jewish authors, communists, pacifists, anyone whose ideas contradicted Nazi ideology. The Soviets banned texts deemed counter-revolutionary or bourgeois. Maoist China destroyed vast amounts of literature during the Cultural Revolution. Each regime tried to eliminate ideas threatening its power. Even democratic societies engage in censorship, though usually less overtly. Schools ban books, libraries remove controversial texts, publishers decline to publish certain works. The mechanisms are gentler, but the effect is similar, restricting access to ideas authorities deem dangerous or inappropriate. The digital age has transformed but not eliminated these dynamics. Governments block websites, platforms remove content, search engines de-rank results. The technology changes, but the impulse remains. Authorities want to control what people can read and think. Digital censorship can be more comprehensive than physical book burning, because digital access can be blocked for entire populations. The underlying reason for censorship remains constant. Rival narratives threaten power. Every government, every ideology, every religious institution tells a story about reality, why things are as they are, why the existing order is legitimate, what is good and true and valuable. Books offering different stories challenge this narrative control. A historical text presenting a different account of the past questions the official version of events. If people learn that their nation's founding involved violence and injustice rather than heroism and progress, they might question current institutions claiming legitimacy from that founding. Therefore, alternative histories are dangerous and must be suppressed or discredited. A philosophical text arguing for different values challenges the moral foundation of the existing order. If people come to believe that values authorities promote are not universal truths but historically contingent preferences, they might seek different values. Therefore, philosophical alternatives are dangerous and must be marginalized or condemned. A religious text teaching a different path to salvation threatens institutional religious authority. If people believe they can access the divine directly, they do not need priestly mediation, liturgical control, or doctrinal instruction. Therefore, mystical and heterodox texts are dangerous and must be eliminated or declared heretical. A political text imagining different social arrangements threatens the existing distribution of power and wealth. If people believe alternatives are possible, they might work to create them. Therefore, revolutionary and utopian texts are dangerous and must be banned or treated as unrealistic fantasies. The threat is not physical but conceptual. Books do not directly overthrow governments or destroy institutions, but they change how people think, and changed thinking eventually changes action. A book cannot shoot bullets, but it can inspire someone to resist, to organize, to imagine alternatives. Over time, enough changed minds can transform societies. Authorities understand this, which is why they take ideas seriously enough to suppress them. The attention and resources devoted to censorship throughout history prove that books matter, that ideas have power, that controlling information shapes reality. If books were powerless, no one would bother burning them. Historical observation reveals an iron law. Attempts to suppress ideas often strengthen them. Censorship creates curiosity. Persecution creates martyrs. Banning creates allure. Ideas authorities fear most become ideas people most want to encounter. This dynamic operated in late antiquity. The intensive persecution of Gnostic Christianity in some ways validated it. The fact that the imperial church felt threatened suggested Gnostic teachings had real power. The martyrdom of Gnostic teachers provided evidence from a Gnostic perspective that material authorities oppose spiritual truth. The same pattern appears throughout history. Books banned become bestsellers. Ideas condemned by authorities attract interest precisely because they are condemned. The forbidden has intrinsic appeal, suggesting hidden truth that authorities want concealed. Censorship also generates sympathy for the censored. Authorities that burn books often appear tyrannical, afraid of ideas, unwilling to allow people to judge for themselves. This can discredit the censors more than the censored. The spectacle of book burning has become synonymous with oppression, making it a public relations disaster for any regime that practices it. Moreover, attempts at complete suppression rarely succeed. Books survive, ideas persist, underground networks form. The harder authorities try to eliminate something, the more effort people devote to preserving it. Censorship creates incentive for resistance, inspiring covert copying, smuggling, and hiding of forbidden texts. Even when physical texts are destroyed, ideas can survive in memory. Texts committed to memory by those who loved them can be reconstructed later. Oral transmission preserves knowledge when written records are lost. The attempt to eliminate ideas from material form may fail to eliminate them from minds. Finally, censorship creates a historical record. The list of banned books becomes a reading list for later generations. The catalogue of heresies becomes a guide to suppressed alternatives. Paradoxically, the documentation of what authorities tried to destroy helps later scholars understand what was destroyed, and sometimes helps recover it. These dynamics do not mean censorship is ineffective. Rome successfully eliminated most Gnostic texts for centuries, but they mean censorship is never completely effective and often counterproductive, strengthening what it tries to weaken, validating what it tries to discredit, preserving what it tries to destroy. The continuity of censorship across vastly different societies and historical periods reveals something fundamental about the relationship between texts and power. Whether ancient Rome, medieval Europe, early modern China, or contemporary authoritarian regimes, authorities fear books for the same reasons. Books preserve and transmit ideas across time and space. A single book, copied and circulated, can spread an idea to thousands of people across generations. Without books, ideas depend on personal teaching, limited in scale and duration. With books, ideas can spread widely and endure indefinitely. Books allow sustained, complex argument. In oral cultures, arguments must be simple enough to remember and transmit. Books enable elaborate reasoning, detailed evidence, sophisticated analysis. This allows ideas to be developed more fully and defended more completely, making them more persuasive and harder to refute. Books create intellectual communities across distances. Readers in different locations can engage with the same texts, forming shared understandings even without personal contact. This allows movements to coordinate, ideas to develop collectively, and alternatives to institutional power to organize. Books provide authority independent of personal charisma or institutional position. A wise saying might be attributed to any teacher. A written text can be verified, quoted, analyzed. Writing creates accountability, allowing ideas to be evaluated on merits rather than the status of who speaks them. Books democratize knowledge, making it accessible beyond elite circles. Oral teaching requires physical presence with teachers. Books allow knowledge to spread to anyone who can read. This expansion of access threatens hierarchies based on control of knowledge. These characteristics explain why authorities across cultures and centuries have tried to control books. Books empower readers, potentially at the expense of existing power structures. Allowing free circulation of books means allowing ideas to spread that might challenge authority, question legitimacy, inspire resistance. The war against dangerous books is fundamentally a war about who decides truth, who controls knowledge, who shapes how people understand reality. Authorities want this power for themselves. Books potentially distribute it more broadly. Therefore, authorities try to restrict which books exist and who can read them. But this control is always incomplete and always contested. Books have survived against determined efforts to destroy them. Ideas have persisted despite violent suppression. The human desire to know, to question, to imagine alternatives proves stronger than the impulse to control. The war against dangerous ideas continues, but it can never be won completely by those who fear knowledge. The arc of history reveals profound ironies in Rome's attempt to destroy books. The empire that burned heretical texts is gone, its power vanished, its capital long since fallen. But the texts it tried to eliminate have survived, returned, influenced the modern world. The persecutors are remembered primarily for their persecution. The persecuted are studied, discussed, taken seriously by contemporary scholars and spiritual seekers. Rome wanted to establish one version of Christianity, eliminate alternatives, ensure uniformity of belief. It succeeded temporarily, using imperial force to create religious conformity. But the diversity it suppressed has re-emerged. Modern Christianity is profoundly diverse, split into denominations with different beliefs, practices, and structures. The unity Rome tried to impose lasted only while backed by coercive power. The texts Rome buried at Nag Hammadi to hide them have become more influential than many texts Rome preserved. The Gospel of Thomas has sparked extensive scholarly and spiritual interest. Gnostic cosmologies have influenced modern philosophy and psychology. Suppressed ideas have returned to shape contemporary thought in ways late antique authorities could never have imagined. The Church Fathers who refuted heresies unintentionally preserved knowledge of them. Their writings, intended to destroy alternatives, now serve as sources for reconstructing what they opposed. The very tools of suppression became tools of preservation. History has made refutations into unwilling archives. The monks who hid texts acted from desperation, uncertain if their efforts mattered. They could not have known that their buried jars would survive 16 centuries, that archaeologists would discover them, that scholars would translate and study them, that the texts would influence modern culture. Their act of preservation succeeded beyond anything they could have hoped. The irony extends to Islam's role in preserving texts Christianity tried to destroy. Rome wanted religious dominance, yet the texts it suppressed survived partly through a rival religion. Islamic scholars preserved Greek philosophy, Hermetic texts, and scientific works, which later returned to influence European thought. Christianity's competitor became its preserver. Even the printing press, which authorities tried to control through censorship, ultimately defeated comprehensive suppression. By making texts cheap and widely distributed, printing ensured that banned books survived in multiple copies, across various jurisdictions, impossible to eliminate completely. The technology authorities tried to control became their greatest obstacle. These ironies suggest a deeper pattern. Attempts to control knowledge by force ultimately fail. Ideas suppressed resurface. Texts destroyed survive through copies, fragments, or memories. The power that burns books seems mighty in the moment, but is revealed by history as impotent against human curiosity and the stubborn persistence of ideas worth preserving. The Roman Empire, which seemed so permanent to those living within it, eventually collapsed. The Western Empire fell in the 5th century. The Eastern Empire continued as Byzantium until the 15th century, then it too fell. The political structure that tried to eliminate dangerous books no longer exists, but many of the books survive. This reversal of fates is instructive. The empire deployed vast resources towards suppressing texts. Imperial edicts, military force, bureaucratic administration, ecclesiastical institutions. The effort was systematic, sustained and often effective. Yet it was not permanent. When the empire fell, the machinery of suppression collapsed, and some suppressed texts resurfaced. The texts survived through several mechanisms. Some were hidden, like those at Nag Hammadi, waiting to be rediscovered. Some were preserved in regions beyond Rome's control, Persia, Central Asia, eventually the Islamic world. Some survived in fragments, quotations, references, enough that later scholars could reconstruct something of what was lost. Most fundamentally, ideas survived in memory and practice. Even when texts were destroyed, people remembered what they taught. Teachers passed knowledge to students orally. Communities maintained traditions despite lacking written texts. When conditions allowed, memory could be written down again, regenerating text from recollection. The empire's collapse did not immediately liberate suppressed ideas. Medieval Christianity continued the patterns of suppression, banning heretical texts and maintaining orthodoxy through force. But the fragmentation of political authority made comprehensive control impossible. What was banned in one region might be tolerated in another. Texts moved through networks authorities could not fully monitor. The rediscovery of ancient texts during the Renaissance revealed how much had survived despite suppression. Classical philosophy, recovered from Islamic sources or from Byzantine libraries, returned to Western Europe. Hermetic texts, hidden or lost, reappeared and influenced Renaissance thought. The ancient world Rome had tried to simplify proved more complex and diverse than the empire allowed. Modern archaeology has continued this recovery. The Nag Hammadi texts, the Dead Sea Scrolls, Oxyrhynchus papyri. Each discovery has returned texts from oblivion. Technology enables reading palimpsests, revealing underlayer texts previously lost. Digitization makes manuscripts accessible worldwide. The recovery continues, gradually illuminating what suppression obscured. The lesson is clear. Empires are temporary, but ideas, when recorded and if preserved, can outlast them. The empire that burned books is studied history. The books it burned have returned to active intellectual life, influencing contemporary thought, spirituality, and understanding of the past. The power that seemed overwhelming has vanished. The texts it tried to destroy endure. Among the truths the suppressed texts teach, one stands out. There are multiple ways of understanding spiritual reality, human existence, and the meaning of life. The diversity Rome tried to eliminate represented genuine attempts by thoughtful people to make sense of existence, each approaching ultimate questions from different perspectives. Gnostic Christianity emphasized inner knowledge and mystical experience. It taught that truth came through direct encounter with the divine, rather than through institutional mediation. This perspective appealed to those who valued personal spiritual experience over doctrinal conformity. Manichaeism addressed the problem of evil by positing cosmic dualism, light and darkness, good and evil, locked in struggle. This provided a clear explanatory framework for why suffering exists and what humans should do about it. The framework was different from Orthodox Christianity's, but it was internally consistent and spiritually meaningful to believers. Hermetic philosophy combined religious devotion with natural philosophy, seeing the study of nature as path to understanding divinity. It offered a sacralized view of the cosmos, treating knowledge itself as sacred. This resonated with those seeking truth through learning and contemplation. Neoplatonism provided sophisticated metaphysics explaining the relationship between the one, ultimate or reality, and the many separate manifested existence. It offered practices, philosophical contemplation and theurgic ritual for ascending toward the divine. This appealed to intellectually and spiritually serious individuals seeking transcendence. Each of these traditions, and the many others Rome suppressed, represented viable ways of addressing fundamental human concerns. They were not simply errors or deceptions, but genuine religious and philosophical systems developed by the intelligent, thoughtful people. They contained insights, answered questions, provided meaning to those who followed them. Orthodox Christianity, which survived and suppressed alternatives, was not necessarily truer or better. It was more successful politically, gaining imperial backing and using coercive power to eliminate competition. But political success does not necessarily indicate spiritual or philosophical superiority. Christianity prevailed through force as much as through the quality of its ideas. The suppressed texts teach that the religious and philosophical landscape could have developed very differently. If different political circumstances had prevailed, Gnostic Christianity or Neoplatonic philosophy might have become dominant. The intellectual history of the West would look completely different. The alternatives were real possibilities, not inevitable heresies. This recognition has profound implications. It suggests that Orthodox Christian theology is not the only valid way of understanding spiritual reality, but one way among others, one that happened to gain political power. It opens space for taking suppressed alternatives seriously, not as historical curiosities, but as genuine wisdom traditions deserving study and possibly adherence. Modern engagement with these texts reflects this recognition. People study Gnostic texts not just academically, but spiritually, finding in them insights relevant to contemporary experience. Hermetic philosophy influences modern esotericism and alternative spirituality. Neoplatonic metaphysics informs contemporary philosophy. The suppressed alternatives have returned as living options, no longer merely historical artifacts. The truth that survived is this: human spiritual seeking is diverse, and this diversity is valuable. Attempts to impose uniformity, to declare one path exclusively valid, to suppress alternatives, deny the complexity of human experience and the multifaceted nature of reality. The texts Rome tried to destroy remind us that there are many ways of seeking truth, many paths toward understanding, many legitimate perspectives on the ultimate questions. A monk buries a jar in 367 AD. His hands shake, soldiers approach, he knows he will likely die. But the jar containing forbidden texts might survive. A scholar in a climate-controlled museum room in the 21st century carefully handles those same texts. The papyrus is brittle, the Coptic script faded but legible. 16 centuries separate these two moments, yet they are connected by the texts. What was the monk thinking as he buried them? Did he imagine they would ever be found? Did he believe they contained truth worth preserving, despite imperial and ecclesiastical condemnation? Did he act from faith, desperation, scholarly duty, or some combination? What does the modern scholar think, handling texts that authorities once decreed must be destroyed? Does she recognize the privilege of accessing knowledge once forbidden? Does she feel connection to those who preserved these texts against all odds? Does she understand the fragility of the chain of preservation connecting past and present? Between these moments lie 16 centuries of darkness for those texts. The jar sat buried while empires rose and fell, while the world was transformed by changes the monk could never have imagined. The texts waited, inert, their words unread, their ideas dormant. Yet they survived. This is what ultimately defeats censorship: patience. Ideas can wait. Texts, if preserved, remain unchanged by time, ready to be read whenever discovered. The political circumstances that made them dangerous pass. The authorities that condemned them lose power. The institutions that suppress them transform or disappear. But the texts, if they survive physically, remain. Rome tried to destroy the books, but not the truth. The truth those books contained, that there are multiple ways of seeking the divine, that institutional authority can be questioned, that official narratives can be incomplete or false, survived. It survived in fragments, in memories, in the hiding places where manuscripts waited. It survived through the unintended preservations of those who meant to destroy it. It survived through its own power to attract minds and touch hearts. The pages that would not die teach a lesson about human knowledge and freedom. Knowledge is resilient. Ideas persist. Humans will always seek truth, question authority, imagine alternatives. These impulses cannot be permanently suppressed. They may be driven underground, marginalized, fragmented. But they survive, waiting for moments when they can re-emerge. Freedom of thought, access to diverse ideas, the ability to question and explore. These are not luxuries but fundamental human needs. Societies that suppress them impoverish themselves, cutting off possibilities, narrowing the range of human experience and understanding. The texts Rome tried to destroy represented possibilities Rome foreclosed. Their survival means those possibilities remain available, paths not taken that might yet be explored. The final irony. Rome tried to eliminate these texts to strengthen its power and ensure its version of truth prevailed. But the suppression itself became part of the story. The buried texts, when discovered, revealed not just ancient ideas but the violence done to preserve orthodoxy. They exposed the mechanisms of power, the fragility of official truth, the cost of enforced uniformity. In trying to hide these texts, Rome inadvertently preserved evidence of its own oppression. The monk in 367 and the scholar in the present are linked by commitment to knowledge. One buried texts to preserve them from destruction. One studies them to understand what was nearly lost. Both recognize in their different contexts that these texts matter, that what they contain has value transcending the political circumstances of their creation and suppression. Rome tried to destroy the books, but the books won, not through power, not through violence, but through patient survival. The pages, brittle and faded, outlasted the empire. The ideas, suppressed and hunted, returned to influence thought. The voices, silenced for centuries, speak again. This is the enduring lesson. Truth, once written, is extraordinarily difficult to erase. It takes only one hidden copy, one fragment, one memory to preserve knowledge against comprehensive destruction. And time is on the side of truth. Empires fall, libraries burn. But ideas, if they speak to genuine human needs and insights, find ways to survive. The forbidden books did not die. They waited, patient as the desert sand that covered them, until hands reached down to lift them back into light. And in returning, they transformed understanding of the past and opened possibilities for the future. They remind us that what we know is incomplete, that alternatives exist, that the diversity of human thought is valuable and worth preserving. May we learn from both the monk who buried and the scholar who studies. May we recognize the fragility of knowledge and devote ourselves to the preservation. May we resist the temptation to suppress ideas we find threatening and instead engage with them seriously. May we understand that diversity of thought strengthens rather than weakens, that alternatives enrich rather than confuse, that the free exchange of ideas serves truth better than enforced orthodoxy. Rome tried to destroy the books, but not the truth. And that truth, that knowledge deserves preservation, that diversity has value, that power should not control thought, survives in the pages that would not die.